The following is a presentation of The Day.
It's a beautiful Thursday afternoon on the campus of Ledyard High School, and championship week in the ECC continues on game day. Tonight, as the Division II and Division I boys soccer championships, beginning first with the number 1 seeded Montville Wolves and the number 2 seeded St. Bernard Saints, and we have all the action for you live. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health, solutions for all your dental needs. All that's good begins with a smile. When you visit our office, your smile is our top priority. Our entire team is dedicated to providing you the personalized dental care you deserve. So visit waterforddentalhealth.com for more information. Casey O'Neill and the great Colin Delaney, we're back again. We had the two girls finals last night. Both were competitive, non-competitive, if that's a term. I think tonight we're looking forward to two great matchups. Starting here in the Division II championship, the regular season champion of Division III, the Montville Wolves, the number 1 seed. The regular season champion of Division IV, the number 2 seeded St. Bernard Saints. They're here in the Division II tournament, and they're playing each other. And these are two teams who have played well all year, 13-2-2, 14-3. They played once. It was a competitive game, so we are thinking that this could be a back-and-forth contest.
Yeah, Case, happy to be along with you again today. I love this time of year. Back-to-back games, 4 games, 2 days. Championship soccer in the fall is always a good time. And once again, the weather cooperating with us again today. Kind of chilly out there, but certainly a beautiful day for soccer. Looking at two teams that maybe only seen one time this season, but are all too familiar. A battle of Montville between the St. Bernard Saints and the Montville Wolves.
Yes, the loser of today's game must stay on 395 until they are no longer within city limits and set up residence in Quaker Hill. I understand that Peter Wappy might have a spare bedroom for the losing team to house them, but no shortage of star power in this game as well. I think the focus Montville-wise always has a start with senior captain Colby Cowan, one of the most prolific and dynamic players in the conference. And on the other side, St. Bernard's, the senior forward Jose Pacheco. These are both electric players, and the story tonight or today could be whose cast of characters around them steps up, because both of them are probably going to get a lot of attention.
Yeah, both Colby, Cowan and Pacheco out of St. Bernard's, are going to garner a lot of attention. They've gotten a lot of accolades this season. They've been solid players over the course of their career in the ECC. So certainly both coaches, will be keen on them this year, or this game rather. With that being said, I think, Colby's done a nice job throughout the season, kind of balancing his attack, realizing he's got to get other players involved. And you've seen his goal totals go from scoring the team's first 7 goals of the season to begin spreading around that attacking situation amongst his team.
Who is going to be that person for Montville? Madden Brown has stepped up and put a lot of goals in of late. Nolan Muncaster can be one of the best players on the field at any time if he's playing his A game. And the other thing that both teams have going for them is very solid goalkeepers. But when you're talking star power, you're talking Montville Wolves, Adonis Santiago. Then the name doesn't overhype him. He is a talented young man. Overcame ACL reconstruction, was the MVP of this game as a sophomore. Missed last year with the ACL injury and is back this year having a fabulous senior season.
Yeah, I know for sure. I've seen a lot of soccer this season, last season. In my humble opinion, I think Adonis is, one of the best, if not the best, goalkeepers in the conference this season. And it was sad to see him go down the ACL last year, but he's rebounded in a big way this year. 9 shutouts so far this season. Really balanced job by the defensive unit to get those 9 shutouts. And certainly they've been on quite a streak as of late. Montville is, currently on 8 or 9 game winning streak in the last month.
The Wolves and the Saints played earlier this year, early September, game 2 on the season, a 2-1 victory for Montville. And a lot obviously has changed since then. St. Bernard has a young defense. They had it last year as well, young through the midfield. Sophomores, McWilliams, Powers on the defensive end. So they have a number of juniors and sophomores playing for them in key positions. So the Saints are still sort of in the younger side of things. Montville loaded with seniors and, in key positions. So this is going to be a contest like we saw yesterday, I think, where one team is right on pace. I think the Saints are right where they want to be. But for Montville, I mean, not to make too much of it, this is a must-win. This is a game that Montville absolutely feels they have been waiting for this for the better part of a year and a half. You know, since the middle of last year, they've circled this season as the year for them to be champions.
Yeah, and Coach Roulette, you know, is a veteran player himself, you know, playing for Montville in the past, playing college soccer himself, part of a staff back in 2010 that was part of a state championship run. So he knows what it takes to get this team prepared in these big games, and certainly his experience as a head coach the last couple of seasons being in these big games. So I think he won't be lost on the moment, and certainly his team will be as prepared as possible.
Montville playing it through the midfield right now. Not much happening. We'll have a throw on the far side of the field. Colby Cowan will throw it in for the Wolves. High throw, trying to get it into a offensive position, and now Montville will have it about 30 yards out. They throw it in, and Muncaster tries to play it through the middle, but it's intercepted there, and coming the other way is Cameron Cornelius, which might be my favorite name on either team right now. I'm trying to think. We'll ask Mike DeMoro to come up with the top 5 things that Cameron Cornelius is. You know, Cameron Cornelius, host of, you know, Dancing with the Stars. Cameron Cornelius. We'll give it Mike. Mike's the creative one. We'll let him figure that one out. Salas Montalvo with the throw. That's Luis over to Colby Cowan, and now through the midfield it goes with Muncaster.
You know, in the early goings here, Case, we're seeing a lot of, you know, box-to-box play, teams kind of filling each other out. They haven't played each other in a long, long time. I mean, I think they played, the second game of the season back on September 13th. You know, Montville edging them out 2-1. So certainly it's been a while. Teams have changed a lot in the last month or so. But you're going to see them kind of feel each other out. You're seeing a lot of what the Montville girls did yesterday with some pretty balanced, you know, possession, you know, pretty content with moving the ball and trying to create some opportunities. And then on the flip side, you're seeing some quick counters from St. Bernard's the opposite way.
Pacheco goes out wide, trying to use the speed of Howes, and Montville will play it back to Santiago. Santiago through the middle, intercepted by Pacheco. Dangerous spot for him, but DeLucia steps in and knocks it out, and St. Bernard's will reset.
Yeah, nice job by, you know, Colby Cowan dropping in to help out, you know, the back end and DeLucia to stop that attack. You don't want Pacheco to have any, you know, range or daylight with that ball top of the 18. He can put that ball in the frame in a hurry and make this game 1-0 right quick.
Stepping in is Howes, and he tries to go out wide to cipher it, and they'll play it back through Cornelius, and it goes on the far sideline. The Saints maintaining possession. Montville getting feet to the ball but unable to switch possession. And here goes a long ball to try to shift fields. And Powers will head back for the Saints. Settle, survey, and send. Onto the foot of Howes. Onto the foot of Gould, rather. Now out wide. There's a ball right off the head of Powers. Big sophomore defender, Desmond Powers. Outstanding pitcher on the Saints baseball team as well.
Montville doing a nice job of keeping that ball on the floor and trying to possess those things. They're looking for those dangerous diagonal balls when they get to that final third. Really confident on the ball. A lot of one-touch, two-touch soccer, some good combination play through the middle and final third of the field. Just got to try to find a way to get into an area in that final third by the 18 to get some shots on the frame, because once again, possessing the ball all day long is great, but you got to find opportunities to score. Whereas St. Bernard's, you're seeing a lot more of that direct play that we saw yesterday, out of the likes of the NFA girls and of course the Lyman girls.
Powers steps in and knocks it off. It goes, however, to Cowan. Cowan plays it out to Madden Brown. Madden Brown takes it to the strong foot and throws a shot on goal, but Reagan is there on his line. And for Reagan to make a difference here is another thing we need to mention. The keepers are always so important. St. Bernard's has not been as defensively sound as Montville, but Regan has put together some pretty good games down the stretch, and it should be of note, they were down 2-0 to New London, a very, very talented New London team, and shut New London out in the second half while scoring 3 goals to come back and win that game. So, talking about scoring 3 goals is one thing, But to shut New London out for a half in of itself shows that this defensive unit for St. Bernard's can lock down.
Yeah, both teams playing in London over the last couple weeks of the season here. Montville winning 3-2 in overtime, St. Bernard's winning 3-2, in the tournament. New London's a very, very talented team, especially down the stretch here. They've been playing some really good soccer. A lot of pacey play from New London, a lot of good combination and quick play. That team this year has been vastly improved, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if they made their way into this final.
It'll be a Montville throw on the near side. Coming up to take it will be Luis Salas Montalvo.
In fact, in that game where Montville won in overtime, Montville was down 2-1 up until the last 5 minutes of that game. Montville tying it in the last 5 minutes.
Shot thrown on goal by Muncaster. It had a little curl to it, but Regan very steady.
And then of course Montville finishing the game with a golden goal overtime victory goal about 2 minutes into overtime to make that game 3-2. So certainly, New London was a force to be reckoned with this season, a vastly improved New London squad.
Yeah, I think New London is, if they could get those kids to stay together and play together for a couple years, they have a chance to be very dangerous because they have a great mix from, 11 different countries on that team.
Yeah, that's a nice mix of players. Talking to the athletic director, Phil Orby, he's super proud of what that team has done this year. Not just, for their wins, but just the way they've come together as a team and all the chemistry, in such a short time.
Goal kick for St. Bernard's. Of course, if you were with us yesterday, we saw Lyman Memorial defeat Montville in the Division II girls game. A fabulous game, but perhaps the high moment of the day came after the game when the Montville girls team presented the Lyman girls team with flowers in recognition of the lost classmate that Lyman suffered. They had a funeral service to go to last night, and I thought that was just one of the classiest gestures I have seen in a long time, reminding everybody that there are bigger things and that sports can bring kids from both sides of the aisle together. I thought it's a good time right now in Montville. They're in the girls soccer final, the boys soccer final, they're in the volleyball final. When negative things happen, everybody hears about them. It's important that we let everybody know. Right now it's a good time in Montville, and the kids there are stepping up and showing just how good the climate and the culture is there.
Yeah, certainly things are much larger than sport sometimes, and you saw that yesterday in that Lyman Montville game. Looks like Ben Seifert going off a little bit of a ball to the nose, perhaps. Ben Seifert, speedy, forward up top. He's a player we get to watch today. He's got some serious pace. So if they key in on Pacheco, don't be surprised if they try to feed Ben Seifert on the outside, towards the goal. He can be someone that can change this game on a dime for sure with his speed.
So they'll have a drop kick, if you will, the start of play at midfield. So when you played high school soccer, were you allowed to have a bloody nose and be on the pitch?
No, so we had blood jerseys just like they have, nowadays. I don't think it was as heavily enforced, in terms of just the way it is today.
Here comes Santiago off his line. Powers had put the ball in. DeLucia gets it out of the box, but that was a dangerous ball. Santiago trying to time his run to the ball, just got enough of it, and got, more importantly, some of the player to keep that away from another player who had a chance to put it in the net. So good ball from Powers.
Some fancy footwork there by Madden Brown on the sideline, and going through two players here, a little drag back, a little push through. Didn't see any Cruyff turns yet, but of course, that's for the future. I got to make sure that I mention that there, but fancy footwork by the likes of Madden Brown on the sideline.
Powers with another ball low on the ground. I thank you for taking that, because I did make a promise that we would have at least one Cruyff reference today.
Johan Cruyff, for those soccer enthusiasts, Dutch footballer, famous for the Cruyff turn, one of Mike DeMaro's favorite soccer moves.
I believe it's favorite. I believe it is, in fact, his favorite of all. Cowan puts it outside, running onto it. Keenan, and we'll get a clear from the Saints. And Montville trying to keep it in, but they can't, so we'll have a throw.
Maybe we'll see Cornelius with a Cruyff today.
Ooh, that's almost asking too much.
Montville coming into this game today, 47 goals for in the season, so pretty prolific scoring attack. Pretty stingy in the back, only 14 goals against over the course of their season. 9 shutouts on the part of the defensive unit and Santiago. St. Bernard's has been a goal-scoring machine this season. 74 goals for, 20 against, though. That's a little on the high side for what they did. So I think you have to look at their defense to be tidy today, because you got to watch out for the likes of Madden Brown and Colby Cowan and Baucus. They can be dangerous. And I think, once again, if you key in on Colby, you got to be mindful. They've grown as a team. They are very willing to feed the ball to other players to score.
So far, Montville really hasn't had any real threat. They put a couple of shots on goal, but they were kind of just perfunctory. Saints haven't moved it much either, so this game has been played sort of in the middle of the field.
Yeah, a lot of box-to-box play. 27 minutes to go here. At this point, you should hopefully see some things open up and trying a couple of things. I would like to see Montville to vary their attack a bit, not just possession based, but can we vary some direct balls, because they're playing a little predictable right now, holding the ball well to their credit, but you got to be a little bit more direct at times to vary your style, so these players in the back can certainly have to adjust to different styles of attack and just the pace of the play.
So it'll be a free kick here for Montville. First set piece in a scoring area, a general scoring area. Godburn will take the kick about 40 yards out, but he'll put it into the 18, and this is where things can get interesting. Throws it up into the 18. There's a head ball that sails just wide, so, good first look from a set piece for Montville.
Yeah, Ben Godwin, probably one of the more underrated players on this Montville side. He is just the model of, efficiency and consistency on the field. He takes a lot of those set pieces from distance, really sees the ball in the game well from the back, a good kind of leader at that center back position. So he's a player that I think they rely heavily on and doesn't get a lot of the accolades or names in the paper because of what he does and the position he plays, but he's someone that certainly they rely heavily on this season.
No real wind to speak of. We had some wind yesterday. The wind seems to be pretty calm. The flag is still, which means that Powers on the goal kick put it, 50 yards, which is a weapon in of itself, as you can change fields single-handedly off of a goal kick, which was that's what happened. They got a goal kick and a flick, and then all of a sudden the ball was, at the 30 yards out. So that's a weapon that the Saints have.
Yeah, you see Pacheco getting a little bit more involved in the attack here. He kind of sits in that number 10 spot, kind of that, attacking center midfield position, which I think Montville needs to be mindful of. So I think you see Muncaster kind of keying on him, because if he can take that ball at the midfield, he can do a combination of playing that ball forward into space and then overlapping and as the ball is played behind, or he can take the players on. So you can be mindful of that, because you have some guys up top, of course. St. Bernard's kind of playing that 4-3-3, kind of a diamond in the back with like a sweeper, stopper position. But in general, Pacheco is a player that you got to be mindful of as he goes forward.
Plays it out to Madden Brown. Brown, left foot, through ball, and shielding Baucus off. Nice job by the Saints.
And that's a nice mix case by Montville there. Madden recognizing he's got a runner through the middle here, playing that ball a little early, kind of turn the defense around so players can get in behind. So that's a good ball there. If that's maybe 5 yards shorter, he's in good shape. A little too much pace in that second ball though. However,
they're doing the same thing. They definitely seem to want to try to get Baucus through. Catch St. Bernard's pushing up. That's all about timing. There's a good ball there, double flick, and playing it back to Santiago. Godburn plays it back. Santiago will bang it towards midfield towards Cowan, but Powers intercepts and puts it right back on goal. This is going to have the one big bounce if it doesn't, but DeLucia got a head on it. Instead, here's Pacheco, and good clear. Powers will reset, and a nice move there. Nice touch. Madden Brown showing some deft footwork. And I think that was just a miscommunication out wide. Back it goes. They were looking for Cowan, but we'll get a throw instead on the far side.
Yeah, Montville's showing some signs of life here. Some good ball movement, some good ideas here. Madden stepping his game up here as one of their senior leaders and trying to put balls in dangerous spots. And sometimes that's all it's about, getting balls in dangerous spots to try to capitalize on those things. And Madden's doing a nice job of getting that ball forward. Some good footwork so far out of number 11.
Muncaster through the middle. Plays it to Baucus, back to Muncaster. Out wide he goes to Brown. Back to Muncaster, looking for a little 1-2. Give and go with Brown, and the communication was just off a little bit, and the timing as well, and it'll be a goal kick for St. Bernard's.
And that's where Montville can be dangerous. If Muncaster gets forward there and he can join the attack as one of those holding center mids, that's going to be super dangerous for Montville towards this, St. Bernard defense, getting those numbers forward, and that way he can distribute to Brown, to Cowan, to Baucus, and the likes of those players. Like I said before, and you mentioned it earlier, on any given day, Muncaster could be the best player in the field.
Nice steal. Madden Brown. We're going to get a whistle, a little extracurricular with Howes being a little physical, and so they'll have a free kick. Will the Wolves touch into Brown. Brown tries to go low, but Powers is there with the clearing foot. Godburn sends one, and Regan is there with the stop.
Yeah, I think, the tale of these two goalkeepers, I think Adonis is the clearly, superior goalkeeper here. And not to put anything towards Regan, but just in general, I think if they can pepper him and potentially find some opportunities for second chance opportunities here, I think it's going to be good for them. I think they got to continue to test him and crash the goal, look for those opportunities on maybe a drop or a misplayed ball.
Cowan's been quiet. Look for him too. When you said Pacheco had gotten a little. DeLucia. Pacheco, DeLucia steps through him. That's a nice play by DeLucia. But then Seifert comes in and takes it back away. Good play by Ben Seifert.
Yeah, DeLucia not short on work ethic. He's going to be a guy that's not going to wow you with individual foot skills, but he is just solid back there. He's going to go to balls. He's going to tackle well. He's going to keep the ball in front. And if that ball does get by, you better listen for those footsteps. He's going to find you and help his teammate out get that ball back for Montville.
It helps that he and Santiago are really good friends because they have to communicate at all times. That's one of the most important spots. Montville's defense has been so good this year in part because of the communication they have through the back, Santiago being the foremost guy. Here's Cowan. Nice through ball here, and Regan gets off his line and beats Gould to the ball. It's clear Montville's got a plan to try to work that middle.
Nice job by Regan come off his line to get to that ball, because that was a great ball by Cowan. A little less pace, that could have been super dangerous, but nice job by Regan to come off the line and save that ball for the Saints in the back end.
Madden Brown plays it to Baucus. Saints intercept. When we talked about Pacheco feeling like he was starting to get a little more involved, I think the same thing needs to be said about Cowan. There's going to come a time where he's going to need to, even though he wants to let it flow through him, he needs to step up and start seeking the ball to let it flow through him.
Yeah, I think the best example of that was NFA girls last night. They went to every single ball. They were relentless. They were up 3 goals. They're still going to every ball. So I think you need a little bit more of that first-to-itness by this team in order for that to happen. Montville's done a nice job of moving the ball well, but really it's going to come down to, I think, at this point, based on the early goings, 20 minutes left to play in this first half, who is going to be relentless enough to just be that work ethic and machine to find a way to score.
A nice flick from Pacheco to Brannigan, and Brannigan tried to sort of do the one time off the flick and just didn't get enough foot on it that he couldn't get a solid strike. But that was a really nice, well-designed play there from the Saints.
Yeah, if he connects on that one for sure, Casey. Those are dangerous, right? That's a one-touch volley. If he hits it just right, that's a really hard ball, even for the likes of Santiago to save.
Here comes Salas Montalvo with a shot, and a goal! Luis Salas Montalvo curls it past Regan. Post, back of the net, 1-0 Wolves.
Beautiful strike by Luis. Wasn't happy with his first touch, so he plays it to his right, finds some open space, some daylight on the ball, and absolutely it's a rocket off the post. Nice goal from Montville, put him up 1-0 with 19 minutes to play in this first half.
Nothing Regan could do. That was curling in. The only question was how much post would it get, and if it hit 2 more inches, it would have caromed back out, but instead, perfect on the inside. How will the Saints respond?
Montville goal scored by number 12, Luis Salas Montalvo. Time of the goal, 2021.
Ball into Montalvo there. Takes a touch to his right, finds that daylight, just get around the defender here, tees it up, and an absolute missile off that near post here. And as you mentioned, Casey, there's a question of is it going to hit the post or not, and if it does, how much would it get, and would it stay in the goal? So really unsavable by Regan. Great shot by Montalvo.
What I liked about the shot was that, much like a pass from a quarterback that where only your guy can catch it, that was going to be either an unsavable shot or it was going to hit the post. You know, that he put it right on the post and he got the fortunate bounce, but he was not going to let Reagan even get a fingertip on it.
Yeah, a little curl to the ball as well. You know, once again, we talked about how this team has developed over the course of the season. It's not just a Colby Cowan show. I mentioned earlier that Colby had the first 7 Montville goals of the season. That's a lot. And once again, when that happens, it puts a big target on your back. So we're talking about over the course of the first, I think, 4 games, it was all Colby. And then Colby began to realize that he needs to get other guys involved, and he's made players around him so much better, the likes of Montalvo, the likes of, Brown and Klusik and Baucus and all these guys, and Muncaster. They really kind of stepped up and played more as a team down the stretch.
Delushik knocks it out of bounds. Seifert will have the throw for the Saints, puts it into Lopez, and he loses it, and he'll go back over to Montville. Now the question becomes, we know the Saints are comfortable playing from behind. They came from 2 goals back in their win over New London. And Montville has done a very good job playing with the lead this year. So we'll see, how the Saints do down a goal. But we know that, some teams are built to score quickly, to score from behind. The Saints can do that.
Yeah, and I think that comes with experience over the course of the season. Once you've done it, you begin to believe it, and then it becomes a situation where you can put that tool in your toolbox and find ways to do it again. So by no means, St. Bernard's did not get to this game by accident. They're here because they've earned it, and certainly they're not going to back down just 1 goal in this game.
In my interview after the NFA Waterford game last night with Coach Shannon, I mentioned the 2-0 lead, and she immediately said, yeah, the most dangerous lead in soccer. I said, I've heard that somewhere before. I said, where am I? Who said that? I said, so I laughed. And we talked a little bit about how your mentality changes with certain scores, with certain leads, and how 2-0 is a big difference, right? It changes dramatically how certain teams play. I think right now, 1-0 might energize the Saints. It just might give them a little bit more energy and purpose, and that's what I'm seeing right now, a little more energy and purpose. Playing out here to Pacheco. Touches back, gets the return ball, and just a little bit too strong goal kick for the Wolves.
Yeah, when you're 0-0 KC and you see a lot of possession, you see a lot of teams filling each other out, box to box, box to box. Once that first team gets that first goal, other team feels that urgency, right? Not just because it's 1-0, but this is the championship game for the conference, right? And they've worked hard to get there. So they're thinking to themselves, we can't go down 2 goals. We can't go down 3 goals. We got to find a way to equalize this game. So you're going to see probably a higher tempo from St. Bernard's here. And certainly we've seen that in the last minute or so since that goal from Montville.
And then right back in. Here's a touch. High end. There's your first. Cowan plays it out wide. Keeps it on his foot. And rips it off of a Saint, picks it right up for the throw, and the official is going to say, not so fast. I think that's going in the other direction. But that's a heads-up play by Cowan. He was trying to get rid of it in kind of one of those, convince the official of what he saw.
Yeah, that's a veteran move. That's the second baseman who makes a tag and shows the umpire and flips it on before the next guy can come. So certainly Cowan understands that. Get that ball in play. Maybe the official swallows his whistle for a second.
I'll give you a tip. You don't only bring the glove up. When you slap the tag down, you go, yeah, and you bring the glove up. It's like, how could be anything? How could you have seen anything but out? That was I used to love selling umpires on that, and then they'd come up to me after, did you get him that time? No, of course I did. Of course you made the right call, sir.
Absolutely.
Heads up play by Cowan, but it was not rewarded. The official said, not so fast, Colby. Powers with the throw. And It stays in. No one in the middle of the field for Montville, and the Saints will play it back. Sawchuck plays it back to Powers. Powers switches fields, but Montville first to the ball. DeLucia, nice ball outside. It goes to Brown. Brown goes back to the middle. He's looking for Cowan, and that would have been a really good spot for Cowan.
Yeah, Montville doing a superb job right now finding feet. If that ball gets through to Cowan from Brown there, I mean that's dangerous. He's top of the 18 with one player to beat.
Brown with Salas Montalvo. Salas Montalvo plays it back to DeLucia, and Montville will switch fields out of its defensive back.
Body shape on the Montville side, very, very good. Playing that far foot soccer, putting balls into good spaces.
Here's Cowan into dangerous spot, plays to his left, rips a low shot, save Regan.
Nice job by Regan to not only make that save, but hold on to it, because you had a crashing Baucus there on that far post. If that ball pops loose, that's an easy tuck away for a second goal. Nice job by Regan to hold on to that ball.
And probably, a B- strike from Cowan based on how powerful he is. He was trying to get more about getting a shot on the frame, which he did, and in a spot where like you said, a rebound would have been expected. We know Cowan can hit laser beams up top. In that case, I think he was foregoing quality to try to get something hard on frame, because I think he would like that one back as far as the amount of strike he got into it.
Yeah, and diving forward as a goalkeeper is difficult to hold on to the ball because you're coming towards the ball that's already heading towards you in that direction with some pace. So not only is he diving forward, but it's a cradle catch, a basket catch, and as he falls on top of it, hold on to is impressive. I mean, I know you're very familiar with the basket catches and all the mechanics of goalkeeping in your prime of your career as the stellar goalkeeper as you were. So I'm telling you nothing you don't already know. But certainly that was an impressive save, and from maybe layman's eyes it isn't, but as a soccer purist as you are, that's a tough save.
I think it should be pointed out that my keeper status and my keeper knowledge is much more about the realization of how hard things were that I was unable to do, more so than the quality of things I was able to do. Low to the ground, though, was a save I could make.
I think they call that a student of the game, Casey.
I'll take it. I think it was more called gravity, as I fell to the ground quite easily. I do think, honestly, being an infielder made it my sort of natural instinct was to low to the ground, and I was very good fielding balls low to the ground because that was sort of a natural position for me. The balls that were up in the air weren't difficult. Were more difficult, not just because I wasn't all that tall, but because that's an unnatural. But I used baseball a lot. This is why I think playing multiple sports is so valuable for kids, because you can, the golf swing, the baseball swing, the tennis swing are all the same. The closed to open, shoulder, hips, right? Same thing applies in sports in general, how a ball moves, the physics of sports. So for a baseball player, thinking of how you go after catching a fly ball is how I went after balls, reaching over the top of you, things like that. So there's natural across sports, which is why, when a soccer player or any sport specializes, they only know that thing. And sometimes they lose the ability to sort of take other sports and translate them across.
Well, if you talk to, college coaches in general, they're going to always talk about how they prefer the multi-sport athlete. Because it gives them perspective across the board.
Cowan hits a little ball in front. It's loose, but Regan got there first.
I like that opposite foot from Cowan. Cowan can certainly cross the ball with his left, but that quick, it takes one more touch to bring it to your left foot to cross it. So he went a quick outside the right foot cross to get it across his body. That's a nice little, crafty way to cross that ball across. Maybe unexpected by Regan, but a nice job by him gobbling that up.
Yeah, I know coaches prefer, college coaches want athletes that know how to play sports. They want them to be talented in their sport, but they want them to have, that multi-sport experience. It's that danger zone of falling behind if you don't specialize versus what can be gained from doing more than one thing. And I think for many kids, there's more to be gained by playing more than one sport.
Well, I've often said I think basketball players are some of the more premier athletes on the planet just because of what they have to do. Run, jump, sprint. It's a lot of, anaerobic, aerobic type stuff, So, when players are playing multi-sports, they're getting to use all those different muscles and things in different aspects. So certainly I think coaches prefer that. And all kidding aside, Casey, I think, you were a great baseballer in your own right. And I think being someone as a goalkeeper to soft hands, I think back to Buddy Duane. We converted Buddy Duane from a wide receiver in football and, one of the best players that's come through Montville in some years baseball-wise as a third baseman to a soccer player. And he was all conference in his first and only year playing soccer, right? So I think you see some of that translation from an infielder to, that goalkeeper with the soft hands.
Yeah, I absolutely think there is, I think an infielder with sort of natural infield instincts can translate keeper-wise. There are a lot of things that can be gleaned from it. And I will use soccer, my experience in soccer versus baseball, which is what I think is really more important than anything in terms of playing multiple sports. It's not just about what physically other sports can do for you. A lot of our kids that specialize these days specialize because they're uber talented in a certain sport. And by specializing, they remain uber talented in their sport, and what they have is they're always the best player on the field. They never encounter what it's like to have adversity or to not be the best player or to go up against people who can do what you do. And then when they finally get to the college level, all of a sudden they're surrounded by 10 other people who can do the things they do. And I found that, adversity, not being the best player, it has its own value as well. So for me, in soccer, I wasn't the best player. I struggled. It was hard. I would have rather had 100 ground balls hit to me. I knew that was a comfortable thing. So for our kids, the ability to play other sports also teaches them how to compete when they're not necessarily always the best at that thing.
Well, and I think that's why you see a lot of players in sports, play AAU or play club soccer and so on, because I think it's important that they, play with other players and play at a higher level. Because if you're not going to get any stronger, bench pressing 40 pounds your whole life, right? You've got to increase the adversity and the rigor. And so when you're playing against better players, you're going to naturally get better, because it's like the younger, sibling playing with the older sibling. They're going to get better, right? So I think that's important for them to try those different things. And then once again, different sports, aids that as well. But I think also, as a goalkeeper, and it's no shot at a goalkeeper, but it's a lot easier to translate yourself into a goalkeeper for a year than to go from, football, for example, or lacrosse, for example, to soccer.
Oh, what a great job by Regan. Baucus was there on a beautiful ball, had a chance. He was trying to touch it to himself, and Regan came in and made the sort of decision, and that's always the danger spot for a keeper right there, is my decision to come off my line the right one, and that time Regan was.
Yeah, no man's land, right? You have to know. That's one of the hardest things as a keeper is to figure out when and if and how far to come off that line. Because once you're out there, you got to go. You can't go halfway. Because if you go halfway, that's big trouble.
Right now, Montville is starting to move the ball in its midfield into its offensive end very well. They're starting to get much better looks.
Yeah, and you're seeing the outside mids from Montville get forward. You're seeing Madden Brown get forward here, and St. Bernard's having a hard time adjusting that. That last play, Madden was all by himself. He had like 15 yards to spare on any side of him. If Montville gets him that ball, he can be dangerous. So I think the back four of St. Bernard's going to be aware of the flank attack.
Nice ball by Pacheco. Seifert was running on. DeLucia just pops it out of bounds. That's what he's back there for. Here's Pacheco lining up with a left foot, crosses far post, no one home. And cleared on the other side by Keenan, and it'll be a Saints throw on the far side as we're approaching 5 minutes remaining in the half.
Yeah, I think Pacheco was trying to put that ball in a more dangerous spot. I think he maybe just missed it a little bit, trying to bend it more towards the far post. We got to get a little bit more involved, I think, on the attack. I think he's looking to pass first, and I think when he's in that final third, he's got to look to take on some players and take some chances. Because once again, with about 5 minutes left in this first half here, it'd be nice for St. Bernard's to challenge some more and put some chances on the frame.
Well, I look at the last two touches we saw from Cowan, right? We saw him put a shot on goal that maybe wasn't his best shot, but was designed to get a ball on the frame. And then on the next one, we saw him put a beautiful ball to his teammate, trying to center it. I think that's what we need to see from Pacheco right now. Maybe get a shot off that's not your A-plus shot, but to get one on frame, just kind of remind everybody that you can shoot it from anywhere at any time, and then continue to put balls into dangerous spots. I definitely think that Cowan is starting to get into the flow a little bit. Now Pacheco needs to match that on the other side for the Saints.
Well, going into this game, it's Pacheco, it's Brannigan, it's Seifert, it's McWilliams. Those are the guys that are the goal scorers for this team for the most part. So, right now you're seeing Pacheco kind of in that holding, false 9 forward position, kind of sitting back behind the front two in that kind of that 4-3-3. So maybe, Coach Pirtle is going to potentially try to switch it up a bit in the second half to give him some more chance in that final third, because right now he's kind of getting bottled up with a pretty stingy Montville defense.
Here's Cowan. Plays it out to Salas Montalvo. Salas Montalvo winds up, goes far post, and nice leaping head ball by Cass. And Pacheco will take it out for the Saints.
Yeah, Saints are no slouches either, doing a nice job defensively on those big balls in the air. What's been more successful for Montville has been the balls on the ground. It's much easier to defend a head ball, but that's a nice diagonal ball, and a good job by Cass to put that ball, back into safe territory.
You also have to consider, right, the size of the Saints' back line, including Powers. It's hard to get a ball in the air over the 6'4" Powers. Easier to get a ball on the ground. It's a tall back line for the Saints.
Yeah, and Montville's got a pretty, formidable back line too. I think they're pretty similar from that standpoint. Both pretty well organized, both able to clear balls out. But you're seeing Montville, for the most part, controlling the tempo of play in this first half.
Under 3 minutes remaining in the half. 1-0 Montville on top on a goal from Luis Salas Montalvo. Seifert now. DeLucia steps in, and the Saints will play it back through to Powers.
Great chemistry by Montville there. You see, DeLucia steps forward there. Muncaster recognizing that the center back is overlapping. He drops back into that spot. So really, you can see that these guys have played with there for a while. Well coached, some good chemistry on this Montville side. Yeah,
and that's the kind of play that Muncaster should get credit for, right? We talk about he doesn't always show up in the stat sheet, but he can be one of the best players on the field. It's plays like that, that's soccer IQ and communication with your teammates. No one but a coach / commentator, soccer enthusiast is going to recognize that subtle thing. But if he doesn't do that, now there's a giant hole in the back, and that's how goals happen.
Right, and then once again, you got Ben Seifert, the speedy Seifert there. You don't want him alone in the center of the park there with no one to catch up. So, yeah, little things like that don't make their way in the stat sheet for sure.
Saints, and Muncaster steps through and clears it. McWilliams had sort of fended off the defender of Montville and was looking to put a ball on the frame, and instead Muncaster cleared it. Now you got Pacheco on the far sideline. He puts it towards the middle to Seifert. There's DeLucia. He puts it outside, and a turn by Klusek. And Montville will have a throw as the clock ticks down, close to a minute remaining here.
Another thing we noticed, Casey, on the back line, really at both sides here, both sides have done a nice job of the whole risk versus reward. Am I clearing this ball out because I'm under pressure, under duress, or do I have the time and space to play that ball back in the ground? Best case scenario, ball's got to be back on the ground. You don't want to lose possession on a big 50-50 ball to the midfield. So, Muncaster right there, big ball to get it out. But there's been times where he's got time and space checking his shoulders, trying to find that outlet pass like you would in basketball to keep the ball under possession. And that's the most important thing. So both sides, both the St. Bernard back line and the Montville back line did a nice job with that today. Kind of that risk versus reward.
With 40 seconds remaining, Montville is going to be content just clearing things out. Saints trying to get one last one in. They bring the defensive player Powers all the way up. But a nice job by Salas Montalvo. And like we said, Montville's just going to be content playing a little kickball if necessary just to get this thing out of their zone. Sawchak makes a run, gets a little give and go. Sawchak plays it out wide with his left. Tries to dump it in and stepped in. Eli Klusek bangs it all the way back to Regan. So we are almost at halftime. And we are at halftime of the Division II Boys Soccer Championship. The number 1 seeded Montville Wolves have a 1-0 lead over the number 2 St. Bernard Saints. You're going to want to stay tuned to girls soccer highlights from yesterday's championships, and then we'll be back for second half action. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com. After the game, follow Game Day CT on social media to see our pick for the scientific
Federal Credit Union Top Play. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
And then right back in. Here's a touch. High, and there's your first goal of the ball game. Emily McKelvey, the sophomore.
Super athlete, and happy to see her athleticism out on the field, because certainly that's going to help Montville, who's a young team, over the next 3 years.
Great ball and a chance, and a just going wide off the foot of Boucher. Carpenter was there. Tavares.
Yeah, I mean, Montville's always been a program, boys and girls, that's done a lot with what they have.
Oh, here goes McKelvey, 2-on-1. Can she get the shot off? She does. Save! Myjack! Gavin DeLucia. Here comes McKelvey putting it on. Myjack slides, loses it, and pops it low. Run on. Carpenter comes in. Loose ball. Here's a chance for Montville. And, Tavares would have liked that one back.
50, 55 degrees, 60 almost. But those appendages, like the toes and fingers, can be a problem.
There goes McKelvey. Blasted it along the line towards the back post, far post, but 40 remaining. So Lyman going to try to get one last push in here. And there's a good ball. McKelvey, she's so tough. Puts it on top, over the top of Myjack, and a goal for Emily McKelvey, her second of the game. Right on cue with 1:26 remaining. Archer, hard, head ball, goal! Avery Vall puts it in the back of the net, header off the corner from Archer. You can see there the wind affecting that ball as it knocked it down. McKelvey, here's where she's dangerous, out in front, uses the left and just sails it wide in a moment where it's so difficult. Here goes McKelvey, touches it out to her left, looking for the hat trick, puts it on and punched out by Myjack. That is going to do it, and the Lyman Bulldogs are your champions of the ECC Division II tournament. 13-3-1 during the regular season, a championship for the Lyman Bulldogs. Well, Lyman is your Division II girls champion, and sophomore Emily McKelvey got them off to a great start. 2 goals in the first half, on the way to a 3-0 victory. First of all, just talk a little bit how you feel ECC champions.
I mean, it's great we won last year, and it's just such an opportunity to win again this year. Our team is just so awesome, and Merlot takes us so far, and I don't know, there's just so many great things to say.
Game got moved to 2 o'clock. I know it's a very emotional day for all of you in the Lyman community. That early goal really must have helped settle the nerves. How did it feel to get you guys off to such a good start?
I mean, it's just an outstanding feeling. I mean, being able to come out here and compete with these all these other amazing players, it's like, to be able to do this, it's a really big confidence booster too. I don't know, it's just.
Well, you guys have, ECC championships now, heading into states. What has Coach's message been to you guys about what this team can accomplish?
We're in it to win it, like Elliot said, and Merlot, God, he says a lot of things. He's always so proud of us and just always trying to motivate us, and just, I don't know. There's so much to say, I can't even think.
Well, you can go and celebrate. I know it's going to be a lot of emotions today for all of you, but you did the school and the community proud. Congratulations on another ECC championship.
Thank you.
Championship, no stranger here at Lyman. You guys have become game day favorites, but I want to talk. Colin Delaney wanted me to ask you, you've been doing this a long time. This is the 12th shutout that you guys have posted this year, going back in history. I mean, yeah. I mean, just talk about where this, where this defensive unit stacks up with, in your recollection of school.
Thanks, Colin, for that question. I did not know. We don't keep stats, really. And so if Phoebe sets her goals, I don't know about them, so that's up to her. But I will have to say this, and I forgot the year, we went undefeated. We didn't give up a goal the entire year. So that's the mark to chase. But these guys, pretty damn good defense. So I couldn't be prouder of them.
Talk a little bit about, you moved the game to 2 o'clock for, a great reason. It's been a tough time in the community at Lyman. But, for your team, moving it to 2 o'clock with all the emotion that's been going on, how do you keep the girls focused on something like this?
Oh, my goodness. We love playing under the lights. I think all kids do. 2 o'clock, it's kind of a flip of the coin, and 11 o'clock on Saturdays, it's just not a thing. So we just said this is like a regular tournament game, because the last 2 years, or 2 years ago, we had to play 2 games at 2 o'clock and travel to it. So they're out by 10:30, quarter of 11. So just like the mindset was the whole thing, to get them in the right mindset to play an important game, no matter what the time was. And I think they came out pretty well today. At times, it's tough, cold, and all the stuff we've gone through. Excuse me. But obviously, they came out here to really play hard today. I'm so proud of them.
Early goal from McKelvey sort of really got you guys settled in, and then Montville possessed the ball an awful lot, but never really any threats towards scoring. And then every chance you guys seem to have, you put one in the back of the net. Just talk a little bit about that.
Well, first with Montville, I've told the kids and I've told April they are the best possessed team that we play against year in and year out. They move the ball incredibly well, and that's one thing we try to practice against, because we know if we chase, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. So we did a little bit of that, but I told the kids at halftime, we bent, we didn't break. So that was a big thing, to keep them outside the 18, because if that last give and go, that last 1-2 is in the 18, we're in big trouble. So we know they're going to possess. They do a great job of moving off the ball. Our kids, I thought, did a great job of adjusting, and we switched the formation after about 20 minutes to kind of slow them down, because that's what you have to do. You have to slow them down. They're very technical, and they can't put the ball in the net. So that was a big worry for us that we had to overcome.
What's the message to these girls after today? I know today is going to be about other things moving forward, but what's the message as you head into state tournament play?
We got some big teams in this year. A lot of teams came down, so it's going to be a hell of a battle. So I just hope that they're in the mindset to believe in themselves, to believe in their teammates, that whether we're down a goal like we're against St. Bernard twice this year, you can come back, and your teammates have your back, your coaches have your back, and it's a hell of a group.
Well, they are the 2023 ECC Division II champions, the Lyman Bulldogs. Coach, congratulations.
Thanks again. Appreciate
Great victory
it.
today. It's time for Game Day's Grade 8 Plays of the Week. At number 8, New London running back Kentrell Witherspoon DeSources. 33 yards, breaking tackles. DeSources got horses, and he's in the end zone for the Whalers. At number 7, TRC linebacker Brian Lowe against Cheney Tech, scoops up the fumble, and he goes, low, into the end zone, touchdown. Hey, how about a free kick from Lyme Old Lyme's Kate Walsh? Nothing free about this. It's costly, upper shelf goal. It's never too early for some basketball. Hey, Tyler Mangual to Amari Marshall, thunder. One day, I'd like to be Soren Reef. I'd like to take the third snap of the game and go 55 yards as one of my 7 touchdowns, my 431 yards rushing. Reef is a beast. How about the most heads-up play of the week? I'm stopped. Brady Summit, maybe. Let me pitch it back to my quarterback. Jax Higgins says, I'm off to the races, and maybe I'm going to get bumped out here for 2, but we're going to score on the next play. Great play by the Lancers. Sometimes it just feels like you're cursed. Jamel Curse, running back Ledyard, breaks it outside against Bacon Academy, shows the wheels, cuts it back inside for the 86-yard touchdown run. Colonels win. But at number 1, nothing better than a senior on senior night. Fitch Boys Soccer senior David Hogetto with the gorgeous cross to fellow senior Tate Gordon with the header from way downtown, and a 3-1 win for the Falcons. That's your grade 8. Hey, send us your plays. Maybe you'll get next week's grade 8. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Solutions for all your dental needs. Visit waterforddentalhealth.com. Part of their commitment to serving their patients includes providing information to help them make more informed decisions about their oral health needs. So visit waterforddentalhealth.com and use it as a resource that you hopefully will find both interesting and useful towards all your dental needs. That's waterforddentalhealth.com. We are just about to start second half action here in the Division II Boys Soccer Championships. The number 1 seeded Montville Wolves with a 1-0 lead over the St. Bernard Saints on a goal from Luis Salas Montalvo. The Saints have not quite put anything that has threatened Adonis Santiago. Let's find out how they come out in the second half as the sun sets behind Ledyard High School. The game will start to be played under the lights. Of course, 7 o'clock tonight, East Lyme NFA in the Division I Boys Soccer Final. Casey O'Neill along with Colin Delaney. And Colin, first half I think was almost exactly what we expected it to be. And let's see what we get here as far as anybody make any changes in the second half.
Yeah, I don't see any major shape changes in this kickoff here. What I look for some keys from Montville is I think Montville needs to continue to switch the fields. They found some good success, in terms of moving that ball east to west. Vary the attacking style, use that diagonal ball. They've done a good job of keeping possession the first half. Keep on keeping that possession and continue to dictate the pace of play. And then, I think they need to keep Pacheco at bay. I think Pacheco is a dynamic player, and if he gets some open looks, that could make this game 1-1 in a hurry. And then on the flip side, from a St. Bernard standpoint, they got to maintain their shape a bit better. There's been times when Montville switches the field that they've found some holes and some gaps that they've been able to, take advantage of. So that back four and the middle part, can they keep their shape as Montville moves forward? And then just continue with good goalkeeping. I've been impressed with Regan this first half. That one goal was unsavable, but for the most part, he's did a good job of keeping that ball in his possession and not losing him. And then vary the attack. Can they be first to the ball? Can they move the field, quickly? And then test Santiago. He's not a guy to make too many mistakes, so you got to put reps on him to get, some advantage there. And then finally, you got to give Pacheco, some opportunities to score and be dangerous.
Speaking of Pacheco, he intercepts the pass, but then loses it to Madden Brown. And I think Montville wants to play like they played the last 3.5 minutes of the first half, which when they already had a 1-0 lead, they were very, very good. Now here's Seifert, tries to touch to himself, and Klusak will be there to kick it back out, put right back in, and Cass takes it down into the corner, 1v1 with Klusak.
Yeah, I'm still pretty impressed with Montville's back line. You look at their back line off the ball, and they're always checking their shoulders, looking at the guy to the right, looking at the guy to the left, make sure the gaps are plugged. If you are looking at the ball the entire time, you tend to drift, and some holes are getting created. So I see, Godburn, I see DeLucia, in that back line, Klusak, always checking their shoulders to make sure that they're shifting the right way as the ball moves, so there's no gaps that St. Bernard's can take advantage of.
Low ball put on Santiago, and you see right there, that's I'm going to go down to the ground. We're not going to mess around. We're not going to let a rebound go out. That was a better safe than sorry. And sort of, I'll talk about the guy that takes the time to line up the 1-foot putt. There are no gimmies. That was not a gimme save, and that's how he treated it. He treated it like it was a rocket. And I think that's important, to have the discipline to do that every time, and that was a good job by Santiago.
But also, it's a veteran move too, because it gives your defense a chance to make sure their shape is readjusted, because you don't want to make that save pop up and knock a ball, and your defense isn't set. Your guys are not forward to receive it, so it's a very deliberate fall on the ball, keep it down. Defense can check their shoulders, they can get the ball forward, then he gets up, then he can distribute it. So it's not a breakaway situation where you catch it in the air and you sling it out to your wide players. It's a deliberate save, get it down, let's reset the situation and move forward.
Saints are getting a little more aggressive here. Klusak, though, takes it, puts it into the middle of the field where Regan comes out off his line, corrals it.
Yeah, Klusak having that big, assist in the first half. We actually didn't know at first who made that first assist, because it was just pinged from the opposite side of the field. 40-yard line, on Montville's right side in the first half, pinged it to the opposite side of the field to, Montalvo.
Here's a great ball by Pacheco to Seifert. Seifert tries to make a move on Klusak. Klusak stays right with him. And that's a great job by the defense of Montville. They will clear it out for a throw, but great ball from Pacheco to Seifert.
Yeah, and a great job there, by the Montville defense, once again, not diving in, because you overcommit there, then Seifert's going to take you on. He's going to go right to the goal or the end line. So very patient there. You don't want to dive in and take, an opportunity that could be otherwise, handled with a more patient approach. So nice job there by Klusik.
Good sort of forecheck there from Baucus. Came in and made Saints make a play. Now Seifert, always dangerous with it on his foot. Middle of the field. Saints starting to be a little more aggressive here. Santiago comes off his line and gets there ahead of Brannigan and McWilliams, both of who were in the vicinity.
And a good no call by the official there. Saw some contact top of the box there, but that was a soccer play. That was a, shoulder-to-shoulder tackle situation. Players go down doesn't mean it's a foul every time. Soccer's a physical sport, so a good no call in the middle by Tim Viveris.
Howes was also taking a run at it, and I think the majority of people, both fans and soccer people, would say they like when the officials allow for some contact. It's supposed to be a contact sport. We just can't allow for thuggery. There's like anything, right? There's contact allowed in basketball. We don't want to call every little touch, but we don't want there to be hard fouls. And I think that's a great job. Viveris is one of the best. He's a cross-sport official, good at everything he does. Nice slide tackle there from Cowan helping out.
Yeah, no, Tim is definitely one of the best. He's a guy that does soccer at both the high school and college level. He's well respected by his peers and college coaches and high school coaches across the state. So, no surprise he's the center official in this ECC final.
Cowan helps out, puts the ball to the middle of the field. The Saints have pressed up. The Wolves have not really been able to get anything offensive going here in the second half.
No, and credit to St. Bernard's. Obviously Coach Pirtle, had a conversation about what they need to do in this half, and they're playing with a lot more energy in this first half. Good pace of play, good movement off the ball, checking the balls. You're seeing a lot of what we saw from Montville in the first half out of St. Bernard's in the second half.
A little too much steam from Cass, so it'll be a goal kick for the Wolves.
They got Ben Seifert over here on this left side, and Ben is a natural lefty, which is great for serving balls in. But I wouldn't mind, Coach Pirtle maybe putting him on the right side so he can cut in on his left foot in front of the goal, which will give him some goal scoring. He can strike a ball.
Just banging it out was Gould. The Saints will put it back in. Cass has it. Cass through ball. Here comes Pacheco, but Santiago recognized it, got there first.
And to your point earlier, Case, these guys were down, 2 goals to a very good New London team, and they came away, found a way to battle back. And you're seeing signs of life right now from St. Bernard's, which we saw probably similar to that New London game. Not surprising, and once you get that confidence, sometimes you get some wind in your sails and good things can happen.
Look for Montville. See a little lack of communication there, too many people in the same spot, but look for Montville to try to do a through ball here in the other direction and catch the Saints pushed up, which is the danger of this sort of attack that the Saints are on right now. Beautiful job right there by Klusik. He's played a nice game on the defensive side of things. Seifert now in the corner. Slide tackle by Cowan.
And a smart move by Cowan there, right? Because you're outside the box, no risk of a foul in the box for a penalty kick. He recognizes that, gets all ball. That's when you're okay with the player going down. You worry about that happening maybe in the box if the player is breaking away, because sometimes it can be called a foul even though it's not. So smart heads-up play by Cowan. And to your point, again, Klusik has just been solid in the back today.
Montville needs to get this thing out and reset. First one to it, Soucek. Soucek plays it back to Cornelius. Cornelius tries to go high over the top. And right now, St. Bernard's doing a really great job of possession.
Now you're seeing the kind of play that got them here, right? You're seeing the kind of play that, put them at, 14-3 on the season so far. You're seeing what, got them their, goal differential, 74 goals in the season. So, these guys can score. And I think Montville needs to be respectful of that as we continue in the second half.
Saints doing a much better job on the ground right now. First half, they were in the air a lot more. This one's been a lot more ground-oriented here in the second half.
However, they've been very left-sided, St. Bernard's. They did a good job getting the ball forward here, but everything's been left-sided, left-sided, left-sided. Can they switch the field and the point of attack here, some east to west balls, and maybe ping some diagonal balls from the opposite side here? Because everything's been very much in this left channel in the early goings of the second half.
Yeah, the play entirely has been on this side. That's a good point, Colin. Montville switching sides here now. That's a good run. Salas Montalvo has the goal. Nice, beautiful move. Goes past Powers, puts it in the middle. Cowan, and a nice slide tackle there. Howe's got there first.
Madden Brown, great foot skills today. He's been doing really well in tight spaces. That's big game situation, big game player, delivering some good balls. Same thing with Montalvo. That ball over to Cowan, where Cowan couldn't quite get to it, but some good ball movement here in the last minute or so by Montville.
Salas Montalvo with Cowan. Powers comes through and hits it all the way back. Playing out now to Klusek. Klusek. Nifty move from Keenan. Cowan trying to battle for the ball, and we're going to get a whistle as Cowan was a little physical with Souchek.
Yeah, he knows it. It wasn't egregious. It wasn't anything that was dirty. You just, hard-nosed foul kind of play. And if he gets away with it, or if he, gets through it without a foul, he's going to have like a 1v1 on goal.
Now there's good spacing from Montville. They put it out to Salas Montalvo. Puts a shot on, and it goes just wide.
And once again, Muncaster can't say enough, right? You're not going to see it in the stat sheet. He pings the ball 30 yards on a dime, right? Pinpoint accuracy, surgical passing to the outside there to Montalvo. So, that's the kind of stuff that, makes him such a great player coming out of the back. Contrast to his brother, Aaron Muncaster, former Montville player, plays at Salve Regina, more of an attacking player, had his name in the paper plenty. But Muncaster is quite the different player, more of a defensive player, but really just so steady in the back and so valuable to this Montville team.
Nice play from Grawl for the Saints, but he loses it. Salas Montalvo now playing out to the wing and back towards Cowan in the middle, but stepping in was Cornelius. Cornelius, nice little move from Klusek. The Wolves, Klusek plays it out, and Powers steps in with the head ball. That's that big height of Powers, and keeping it in all the way back to DeLucia for the Wolves. DeLucia through the middle to Muncaster. Muncaster. Now Powers loses it as Madden Brown kicks it off of the Saints. So Salas Montalvo will throw it in. He puts it on to Muncaster.
Okay, speaking of Salve Regina, you got a connection here too. We got one of Montville's former players and Aaron Muncaster there. Santiago has been, looking at Salve. He's been on the recruiting trail with them, so that would be potentially a good spot for him. And of course, the great Bill Glennie, the Ledyard announcer, former Salve, star and stud in his own right. So, we have a lot of Salve connections here at Ledyard High School today.
Beautiful ball to the outside. Madden Brown cuts it inside, lets one roll, and that was a beautiful job by Regan to get his body positioned, shield off any rebound that Mike Cowan might have. Pacheco, beautiful body work, getting there first. And Brown just couldn't keep it in. The Saints will throw on the far side.
The Klusek to Brown, the Klusek to Montalvo connection has been, something to kind of marvel at today. Klusek has been really great defensively, overlapping runs and whatnot, but he's had some great balls he's pinged from this right side to left side to both Brown and Montalvo. That's something that you don't see too often at the high school level, to be able to hit a ball 30, 40 yards, on a frozen rope to the weak side of the field, and also to have it be received and then create some opportunities that way. So that's been, pretty impressive for Montville out of the back.
Yep.
Brown gets it back. Nice move through the field. Tries to poke it up ahead to Keenan. Now Keenan gets it back. Cowan wants it in the middle of the field, but Keenan's going to make a little run, and it's popped out. And that'll be a throw-in for Montville.
And Keenan's speedy too. If he gets some daylight there and some separation from that outside back, he can get off to the races and attack that end line and ping it across. So, he's one we have to be mindful as well. They have some pretty pacey players on that side.
Klusek into Muncaster. Muncaster throws it onto the frame, and a nice save there. Regan standing firm.
We can get some good reps here. He's staying warm, of course. You know, that's one thing you have to be mindful too as well. Santiago's not getting tested too often, so he's got to be, you know, stayed, you know, kind of checked in and sharp, because, you know, all it takes is one counterattack from this St. Bernard squad, and if you're not, you know, mentally sharp and aware and warm, you know, that could be a hard sell to make a good save like that.
Out wide, Brannigan for the Saints. They'll play it back through Grawl, and Grawl back through Sauchek. Out wide to Cornelius, and the Saints possessing. Cass, Seifert, nice job again, defensively by Klusek.
Yeah, and the Saints do a nice job of transitioning the ball across the field through their midfield, right? Occasionally skipping guys out, but also trying to, you know, move that ball, you know, from left and right, you know, mid to the center mid to across. So that's been a nice job. And as the ball moves, if they're keeping their head in a swivel, they might see holes, you know, in the Montville defense, and that's when you kind of try to slot that ball through to an ongoing run. But for the most part, we're seeing some good movement by St. Bernard's in the second half that we did not see Casey in the first half.
Here's a chance for a set play from the Saints. Grawl will have the kick. He's going to throw it back. Looks like Pacheco will take it. 35 yards out, but a real clear chance for Pacheco to put a ball into the scrum of players standing at the 18. There it goes. Head ball. Ball loose. And a goal! We're tied at 1. Alex Grawl on the rebound. It was loose. Santiago had no chance, and Grawl puts it home for a 1-1 tie.
You know, great ball by Pacheco. There's two schools of thought there. You know, you have one of your prolific scorers on the field. Do you put him in the scrum, right, and have someone else knock that ball in? Or do you put a guy who you know can put a ball in a dangerous spot, have take that set piece? You know, Coach Pearl made a great call there. Pacheco, outstanding ball just inside the 18. And then after that scrum, St. Bernard's putting away unsavable ball almost for Santiago to that far post.
And that's where defensively all you're trying to do is kick and just get a piece onto the ball, but that ball came right onto Grawl's foot, and he turned and had Santiago beat, and we're tied at 1.
Yeah, we're seeing a much different St. Bernard's team in the second half. We knew this team existed, but we didn't see it in the first half, and they're really coming out in the second half. I mean, we're almost 20 minutes in now, and they've really dominated the attack from a possession standpoint and an attacking standpoint. They're putting balls in dangerous spots. They're now switching fields like we did earlier. They're right and left-sided, and then we saw finally a finish to put this championship game knotted at 1.
Whistle against the Wolves. Powers will put it down just on his side of the field, but we've seen the big foot from the sophomore Desmond Powers. Expect this one to get into the 18 as well. It does. Nice head ball.
Yeah, nice job by Keenan there. Not only to head it down, but to head it away, but head it down to the feet of Montville. I mean, I know they didn't keep possession, but, you know, that's a defensive header where he can put that ball to our feet. That becomes a, you know, 60, 40, 70, 30 ball to Montville instead of 50, 50. So the little nuances like that, I've been impressed with the Montville team.
Be interesting to see what Coach Ouellette does or says to his group to get them sort of get a little more, energy right now. Shot put onto Santiago by McWilliams.
And we're seeing Keenan over here kind of holding his head. He might have got his bell wrong in that header. That ball was hit with some pace. And so he's down the field here.
Clock still running at this point. 22 minutes and 39 seconds were stopped. And official Tim Viveris is having a chat with Noah Keenan, finding out if he is going to be able to continue or whether or not they're going to have him come off.
Nice job by Tim Viveris, kind of just checking with the player, putting his hand up, saying, you know, hold on for a second, let's check the player, because once a trainer or a head coach comes onto the field, that player has to come off. In the game of soccer, sometimes you just need a moment, and rather than have a player come off the field unnecessarily, you know, you do that. However, with that being said, you know, health comes first, and we want to check on these players, you know, medical condition before we move forward.
So they're going to put some 8 seconds back on the clock to 22:47.
There's that math again, Casey. Always impressive.
Better than yesterday where I made sure that they played 10 times, they'd have 12 outcomes.
It's always good. You just want to make sure everyone's staying sharp. It's always good to test our audience.
Well, there was a time when my color person would make regular flubs of both the English language and mathematics. But since I've brought in, smart educators like yourself, I feel it's incumbent upon me to make those errors now. There's a good ball, but Powers gets there first. Bacchus, but the Saints get there first. We're going to get a whistle. Grawl gets tripped up. It'll be the Saints on the attack.
And that's a good foul. It's a good foul by Klusik. You're in your attacking half of the field. You get a foul. It's not going to cause a set piece that's going to be too dangerous. So that's a good tactical foul by Klusik.
Howes tripped up by Salas Montalvo, and here's going to be a free kick.
Yeah, that one is not a smart foul in that area, because once again, now you're putting Pacheco, who just put a ball in a great dangerous spot, another opportunity to put a ball in another great spot, and another potential goal scoring opportunity. So, that's a tough foul there. Certainly not purposeful, but you got to be mindful of where you are in the field and how dangerous Pacheco can be.
I love Tim Viveris here as well. Didn't pull the card, went over, had a conversation with the player, and in a very direct way, the message was received, and we don't have to go crazy with, overstepping, and that's just really good officiating. So Pacheco in almost the same spot puts it on goal. This time Santiago is there. He had McWilliams running on, but Santiago got off the line.
Yeah, probably the same area as the first one, but too close to the keeper, and that's going to be a ball that Santiago is going to save 10 times out of 10. So if that ball is 5 yards further out, potentially you'll see a different outcome.
We're going to stop play here. Cowan got tackled, and then right on the heels of that, Muncaster, and they're talking as well. They're talking with Gould. So right after Cowan got fouled, Gould kind of banged into the St. Bernard's guy. But it is going to be a free kick here for Montville, and they're going to have Godburn taking it at the football 40. Let's see if he drops this onto the 18 and where he goes. High arcer, dangerous ball, beautifully done by Regan, but the rebound was there. He lost it. And it was a whistle anyway, offsides, and so it'll be a kick here from Powers.
And great body control by Regan. To save that ball and then be, aware of where that 18 line is so he doesn't slide out and have it be a handball. So great body wear. It didn't matter in the end because there was an offsides call, but certainly great job by Regan to come off his line and make that save. And equally, Ben Godburn, outstanding ball just inside the 18, causes him to come off his line, causes them to turn around. So, good all the way through on both sides, for both the St. Bernard's back line goalkeeper and Montville's attack.
Working in the corner, Hockdorfer. It'll be a goal kick. Nice defensive job by Cornelius. One thing I will say is, one of the perhaps most valuable skills a keeper at the high school level can have, and you never know which one's going to have it. And there's so many different things, right? There's awareness, decision making, the ability to make a save, but strong hands, the ability to go up, grab a ball in the air and hold on to it through contact coming down. You saw there Regan, that was beautiful to come off his line, but you have to hold on to that. And that that's a skill that not all kids at this level have. But man, if you see those keepers with glue on their hands, they go up and that ball sticks. That's a game changer.
Yeah, and once again, his awareness of where that box is, right? Because once again, he can make that great save all day long, but if he slides outside that box, now it's going to be a direct kick just outside the 18, which that's dangerous for any team.
I like to see Cowan start to get a little more involved here. We said Cowan was, and we need Pacheco to step up. He did, and now it's Cowan's time. I think he's got to start finding a way to get the ball on his feet.
Well, and Baucus, who's a goal scorer in his own right, he's been a little quiet, in the second half. So we got to get some more opportunities for the likes of Montville. Madden Brown's been great at distributing the ball, but can Madden Brown put some more shots in the frame? So the Browns and the Baucuses and the Cowans, can they put those balls in dangerous spots? And of course, we have Montalvo, who was dangerous in the first half. We haven't seen a lot of the Montville attack in the first half in the second half of soccer.
Nice play by DeLucia to step in, bang it off of the Saints player, so it'll be a goal kick for Montville. 1-1 with 19 minutes remaining here in the regulation of the Division II ECC Boys Soccer Championship. Santiago bangs it right to midfield where Powers puts his head on it. Muncaster. And playing it out to Howes for the Saints. Howes puts it towards the middle. And Montville has really struggled to possess anything. Here goes a start. There's Brown on the far sideline. Saints, though, drop back. Nice move. And a step-in defensive play.
Yeah, just a bit of a heavy touch by Madden Brown. He did a nice job of beating that player, but heavy touch and then, lost possession there. It would have been maybe a better decision to lose that ball after that first touch, put it in a dangerous spot for somebody else to pick up.
Pacheco and Seifert, though, working a two-man game on the other end.
Yeah, and once again, we know about Seifert's speed, and certainly that's dangerous. And I like seeing him on the other side of the field, too, the point before, to cut in on his left foot. Now he's on, the goal for an opportunity to shoot. So, it's always good to have that ball on your left foot when you're serving from the left side. But as a left-footed player on the right side of the field, to cut in the center part of the field, now you've got all that space and angle to put that ball in the frame as a lefty.
I know there are teams that are quote-unquote second-half teams. It's usually because of an adjustment they make or because it takes them a while for them to get their flow of play. Right now, St. Bernard's, to say that they are dominating the second half is an understatement. Montville has had, barely any possession. The Saints have had virtually all of it, and that is completely different than what we saw in the first half. And I feel like it is 90% effort. I don't feel like St. Bernard's has made any real shape changes, and I don't feel like they're doing a lot differently. I do think they're on the ground more. They're playing more ground soccer than they did in the first half, but I feel like it's effort. It feels like they've taken it up a degree and have just stayed there.
Yeah, I think it's a combination. You're right. No big shape changes, but I think it's a combination of less direct soccer and playing the ball to the feet, because you have a hard time maintaining possession, constantly playing 50-50 balls. So much better on the ground, more composed on it, and definitely checking to the ball first and really that work rate. So a combination of maybe a style change of keeping the ball on the floor, but also just picking up their work rate. And Casey, we've seen this from Montville before. They dominated a really talented New London team, late in the season. And in the second half, New London dominated Montville and made that game, 2-1 in favor of New London. And then if it wasn't for Montville's late game heroics, they lose that game. So we've seen this from Montville in the past. And some part of it is when you have this, when you have this, this lead going into the half, and it's come so easy in the first half. Sometimes in the second half, you kind of take your foot off the gas a bit.
Well, here is an opportunity for St. Bernard's, a corner kick. Set play, Pacheco is going back to take the corner. Players banging and jostling. Montville will put players on both posts. Dumps it in, now back out to Pacheco. I love this set. Bangs it up and hop. Head ball, weak side. Far post, Powers. That's a set piece because Powers is a defensive back. They bring him all the way up. He is 6'4", and that was his chance to get up and put the header in. That's a set piece that I love. Pacheco, funnels back out so that he can put that ball onto Powers on the back post, far post.
Yeah, those short corners can be deadly, especially when you have the likes of Pacheco, right? So he's a guy who's going to receive the corner top of the 18, and then he can deliver it, as a shot or deliver it to a far post to a pretty towering Desmond Powers.
Yeah, that's been my favorite set piece we've seen so far, because that was an elaborate play, right? Short corner, back to Pacheco into space, far post to the defensive player, making a run to utilize his height. And that's just well drawn up and well executed.
We haven't seen too many corners from Montville this game, if any at all, and they certainly have a bag of tricks. We've seen that throughout the season. They've got some set pieces that they can use, but we haven't gotten to see it yet.
Shot sails wide. It'll be a goal kick for the Saints.
Most of their shots have been from, balls driven from the flanks, but they haven't really attacked that end line to a point where they can get that corner kick. It'd be nice if Montville could get some more set pieces, maybe attack the end line, play the ball negative since some oncoming runners like the likes of Colby, Cowan, and so on out of the midfield to create some opportunities. But we haven't seen too many of those corner pieces out of Montville this game.
Dangerous ball, nice touch from Klusek. Cutting it inside is Hockdorfer. Plays it to Cowan. Cowan's dangerous. Beautiful ball to Baucus. Baucus in position, and the whistle.
Yeah, I think just offsides by a hair. Once again, in these championship games, we're fortunate to have, 2 ARs and a center official who are just in lockstep with that back line. So there's little, if any, doubt on those offsides calls. So, just maybe a yard off sides there on the right side as that ball is played through.
Now, here's where I'm going to be devil's advocate. Cowan, I thought, was in a position to take a shot there and really turn and let one rip and then crash, right? Rebounds or whatever. He instead elected to put the ball to Baucus, and it was a brilliant ball. But do I want him putting that ball to Baucus, or do I want him turning and letting one fly?
Yeah, I think it depends on how much space he has. I mean, I'm never going to, I think Colby understands when to be selfish and when not to. I think he saw an opportunity where a player was loose, and he felt that was the best opportunity. But yeah, as a coach, that Colby can put the ball in the back of the net. So, I would defer to his judgment, but certainly if he has daylight and he's anywhere near the 18 or inside, yeah, put the ball in the frame, young man.
So I go to sports principles, which is I want my best player.
Entering the game
and
for
so,
St. Bernard's, number 9.
The question is, do I want, Jason Tatum taking the ball to the basket and shooting it no matter what? No, if there's 3 guys converging on him, I want him to find the open guy, right? But if he's got one guy, Michael Jordan, say what you want, always seemed to find a way to get the shot off. I want Colby, with 12 minutes remaining in this game, if he's got a look, if he's got an open spot, I want him to turn and fly, because A, he's got a chance to make it in the goal, but B, that rebound is going to be sitting there, and I got guys running on. That's the thing. Let Colby let it go, and then get to go for the rebound. So that's what I want Colby at this point. Timing, the deferring part is now over. Let it fly. That's just from my perspective.
No, 100%, because how many more chances will Colby get in this game with 11 minutes to play, right? Maybe 1, maybe 2, depending on the nature of it. I mean, we're seeing Montville come to life a little bit more now, but certainly, yeah, take those chances, Colby, while you can. And you can see him being much more forward-minded, right? So Coach Ouellette has made that switch where now he's more of a forward.
Madden Brown lets it fly just wide.
Rather than that center midfield position. So you're seeing that slight change from Coach Ouellette to push him more in like the number 9 position up top rather than the 10 in the midfield. So, Colby is trying to get forward because he knows, once again, we're tied here, 11 minutes to go. And we saw the same thing in that New London game where they were being dominated for about 30 minutes of that half, and then the last 5 minutes they found a way to, tie it. In this case, it would be to go ahead.
Montville has shifted their energy. They've started to have a little more possession in their end. Saints have started kind of falling back a little bit to that vertical style, kickball style, where they've gotten a little bit away from the beautiful ground attack that had gotten them here. So Montville has taken advantage and started to play wide. And I like Montville's playing inside out. They had been playing down the spine, as you say. They've been going inside out.
Well, I think Montville recognizes also, right, the game clock, right? So when you coach kids in practice, it's not just you coaching the same way all the time. You coach based on leads, based on time, and how you play with 10 minutes to go tied is different than how you play 10 minutes to go up 2 or down 2. So they're going to probably vary their style from a possession base to a direct base of attack to try to make sure they get some opportunities.
Making a run is Howes. Howes brings it back with his left foot. Nice job by DeLucia with Howes. They were in a nice little battle there on the outside. Here's Seifert now. Check that. That was McWilliams. McWilliams put it, and Santiago came out.
Santiago very content with playing the ball to his back line to keep possession rather than punt it. But once again, I think you have to look at the big picture here. Adonis, you're tied here, right? Can we get the ball forward into some positive spaces here, rather than try to play that beautiful ball at the back? I think that ship has kind of sailed. Get this ball forward, get it to your goal scorers, to the Baucuses and the Cowans and the Browns and the Montalvos.
Beautiful play by Soucek, heading it back into the zone. Here's Grawl. Good spot here. Nice move by Lopez, and shot sails just low and to the left. Evan Lopez, the sophomore, with the left foot, and it'll be a goal kick for the Wolves.
Yeah, and a pacey shot by Lopez there. Hit well with his left, a little bend to it, just wide of the goal. Not super dangerous, but definitely some pace on it. And that's a ball low enough that if Santiago does make a save, that might be a second chance opportunity for the Saints.
I know, not me personally, I never watched it, but I know that every time you make a reference to a pacey player, Peter Wappy thinks of the great Dawson Creek episodes that he was such a fan of back in his younger days.
I think of Bill Conway on the Mighty Ducks, actually.
Yeah. And I believe that. That's the thing. I believe that you were both a Mighty Ducks and Dawson's Creek's fan. I do believe that.
Peter Wappy is a man of many talents and interests.
Pacheco, beautiful ball in front, and an opportunity for St. Bernard's. McWilliams was in perfect spot, and Pacheco put it right on his foot, and that would have been a volley that would have been very difficult for a keeper to stop, and it just went high.
And, it's at an awkward height. You think, oh, great, a volley opportunity, but that's an awkward height. It's not down by your foot. It's not by your knees. It's kind of midway, so you got to get your body off the ground, get your other knee going to finish that volley. That's a tough volley to finish, and it just passed that first player in the box, but a great position of where that ball was.
Seifert. We're going to get a whistle. No whistle. Play on. I love it. DeLucia sends it forward. Another great play defensively by Sawchek for the Saints.
Yeah, good no call by Viveris there. That was, a ball where player inadvertently fell on his own volition, so no foul there. Let the ball play on.
DeLucia pokes it away from Seifert. Montville will work the sideline. Now they play it back through the middle. That's a dangerous ball. Here's Muncaster. Muncaster goes out wide and right through Hockdorfer.
So as we eke down to this almost 5-minute mark, it was just under 7 minutes here. It becomes a careful balance, right? You want to make sure that you have chances to score, but at the same time, you don't want to get too far forward where they get the equalizer with 2 minutes to go, and then it becomes, they're parking the bus, and then it becomes more difficult. So it's a nice balance right now. You're going to see from both teams. Can we score? But let's survive and get the overtime if it's still a tie game. Let's not give up this goal with 2 minutes to play.
Well, we've seen right now the big two of the Saints, Pacheco and Seifert, very active. And we've seen other Saints stepping up and becoming active with them. Here's Cass. Right now, Cowan is active, but we need, who is Muncaster going to do it? Who is going to be the other active person from Montville? Is it going to be Muncaster? Is it going to be Madden Brown? Someone needs to step up here and get involved on the offensive side of things.
Well, they got to find the next gear. I'm seeing right now that the Saints are winning most balls, and they're just...
It's a foot race. Regan comes off his line. He recognized that Cornelius was running stride for stride with Baucus, and that's a headsy play by Regan.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, once again, you can turn on a dime there. That was a quick counterattack. Caught me mid-sentence, and certainly that could have been a great goal-scoring opportunity. But you got to be careful. You get that far forward, and it does become a stop. Who's back here to prevent their counterattack, putting balls in dangerous places?
Klusek. And if it goes out there, it's going to be a corner for Montville, and it is. And I don't know that Regan, I think Regan may have lost a little spatial awareness. I don't think he thought it was on goal, but I don't know that he thought maybe there was a player on that far post, so he had to make that save.
I like the call by Montville to play that quick corner. That was a situation where, they figured they were going to try to set up, let's get them off guard. They did a two-man short corner. It didn't work out the way they wanted to, but I like the idea of playing them quick and catching, the Saints off guard.
We are under 5 minutes. in regulation of the Division II Boys Soccer Championship in the ECC, live on game day. Montville won, St. Bernard won. The tension mounting, Madden Brown. Every ball is dangerous, every play is full of anticipation, and Montville, low ball off a Saint. That'll be a corner for the Wolves.
Rare corner for the Wolves again. Second corner in the last minute or so. See if they can capitalize by putting the ball in the box this time.
Of course, as always, keep your eye on 17, Colby Cowan, 20, Muncaster. Godburn's got the size, 14. Powers is marking Godburn, the two giants. Low ball. Salis Montalvo wanted to try to let it go by, and we're going to get a whistle and a foul on Salis Montalvo.
Yeah, they're trying to play a through ball corner there, so it's when a player, attacks the ball like they're going to receive it. Typically they would dummy the ball, which means they open up the legs, ball goes through. But he kind of opened his body up, and that left him open to get that ball be tackled. I would prefer him to go to the ball through his legs, then oncoming run to bury that ball in the net. But opening his hips up like that left him open to get that ball tackled. But that's a classic play that Montville's run for years and can be very effective, but he's got to run through that ball.
Montville throw, far side. Nice play by Powers. The Saints on the counterattack.
Seeing a little bit more wind in Montville's sails the last probably 5 to 7 minutes here, sensing the urgency of trying to put this game away before we get to overtime. Now under 3 minutes here, it comes down to it, are we playing for this tie to get to overtime, or are we going to risk, it all and put some guys forward? It becomes a careful balance.
Powers. Big ball. DeLucia took it off the midriff, it looked like that time, in an effort to just get a body part on it. Good no call. Montville on the counterattack, looking for the through ball, and stepping in is Cornelius. Back to Powers.
I like the idea. I like the diagonal through ball. We got to get the ball up the field a little bit further so guys have opportunity to run forward. We're playing a through ball to no on runners there. Another 10 yards or so, we might see some guys be able to overlap.
Down in the corner, Seifert one-on-one with DeLucia. Seifert, nifty move. Center. Ball headed out. Grawl lets it go to his teammate. Deflection, and Santiago is there. Grawl deferred and let Cornelius come in and hammer it, and it deflected off of a Montville player, which is always dangerous, but not enough to fool Santiago.
Yeah, just off the foot of Klusik it looked like, and that is a goalkeeper's nightmare, right? Balls, hit on a frozen rope into the box area. You're ready for it in one direction. It goes off someone's body part somewhere, and you're trying to dodge the opposite way. It happened actually in the London game in the first half when Montville recently played them. It resulted in a goal.
Here's Cowan. Cowan says, I got this. Cowan keeps it on his feet, cuts to the right, and flies it just off the cross of the football crossbar. Goal kick, as we are under a minute remaining here in regulation. That might have been Montville's best last opportunity in regulation.
I love the idea by Cowan, though, attacking the end line. We're going to see more of that from Montville. Instead of just trying to go down the spine, he just couldn't get his foot wrapped around it enough to put it in play.
Just a little bit hard, and they're going to call. Clock stop, 36 seconds remaining. We're going to get Cowan handball. Cowan's going to get it from the 33-yard line of the football field. It's a 40-yard kick, and we have seen him make this year. And this is going to be a laser beam on goal. The question is, what happens next? Colby Cowan lets it fly and sails it left, and that's not the ball he wanted. You can see his disappointment.
Yeah, but like that, as soon as that ball makes contact, his foot makes contact with that ball, everyone's got to crash, because if that ball is on frame, it's probably an easy save for Regan there, but it comes down to it, can we disrupt enough of that to make it a drop? He was disappointed. You see it in his body language there, but certainly that's the guy you want on that ball for sure.
Down to 10 seconds.
Will the Saints or the Wolves get off a shot in regulation? 4 seconds. No, they won't. We are going to go to overtime. It's 1-1 after regulation. Wolves, Saints, the 1 seed, the 2 seed. What better way to start the boys' championships? We'll come back with the overtime action. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com. After the game, follow Game Day CT on social media to see our pick for the Scient Federal Credit Union top play. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more. Well, as we head into a brand new season on Game Day, we want something brand new to come to all of you as well. Game Day launching its merchandise store for the first time. Now, as you know, greatness has no off-season, and Game Day has no off-season either. We're always working to provide you the best we can do, and that includes great merch. So come on into the merchandise store for Game Day. As the season progresses, who knows who's going to say what that'll make it onto the next Game Day t-shirt. Find out in the merch store. It's time for Game Day's Grade 8 Plays of the Week. At number 8, Canone Oharu. Lyme, Old Lyme, girls soccer versus Valley with the rainbow goal. 2-1 win for the Wildcats. At number 7, Francisco Alvarado, Wyndham freshman quarterback. Takes off against Waterford, and, well, let me make you miss right here, and let me go there, and I'll drag you into the end zone. Touchdown, Whippets win, 27-7. What do you do when it's 3rd and long? You hand it to Kincaid Rubino. Griswold football, speed, stiff arm, and off we go into the wild blue yonder. Touchdown, Griswold. Hey, let's bend it like Fabry. That's the name of the new movie, because that is sick. Bends it from the touchline, first of her 2 goals. Griffin Chapel, NFA boys soccer versus Bacon Academy, down 2-1, 19 seconds left, and a missile on the free kick. Well, how about Trent Pesci? Free kick? How about the PK save? Stud time for Killingly. On a rainy Saturday afternoon, Bacon Academy played Montville in the Mud Bowl, and he shall be crowned king. Jace King. Opening kickoff, and he gone. Soon they were called the Studs in the Mud. 61-0 Bobcats. But at number 1, Rosie Turbot, Lyman Hall girls soccer free kick 60 yards away. I can't reach, so let me use the bounce. Oh, how'd that get into the net? Those
Greatness has no off season.
Not if you want to get faster.
Not if you want to get stronger.
Not if you want to get better.
This is where it all begins.
This is our playground.
This is where we get ready. Where we get faster.
Where we get stronger.
Where we get better.
For game day.
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 Greatness on game day.
It's game day!
10 minutes on the clock. Golden goal applies. That means that when a goal is scored, the game is over. Sudden death is what we used to call it. Now we call it the golden goal, a kinder, gentler term for this soccer overtime. 1-1, Montville and St. Bernard's. It's been everything we had hoped for. The number 1 seeded Wolves, the number 2 seeded Saints. Montville will be going in the direction, by the way, both goals scored in the direction that Montville is going. So will there be a third goal in this direction, or will the trend be broken? If the trend's broken, the Saints win in this particular overtime.
Yeah, and talking to Mike DeMoro during the break here, he was asking, is this going to be a situation where they kind of play conservatively? I don't think that's the case. I've seen Montville in overtime before, and they typically try to go at it, and they put one in the back of the net in the first 2 minutes against a really talented New London team. So they want to win this game, as do the Saints. I would be surprised if you see a conservative approach by either team.
Yeah, I think both teams' energy, term that you use often, which I love, work rate, I think both teams have taken it up a little bit, and I think you're going to continue to see that. What I always look for, and I think we've seen it already, and this is where Tim Viveris becomes a huge portion, is he's huge in that the less of him we see, the better. Officials become so important in overtime. Obviously, one call can sway things, and he has done such a fabulous job tonight. I think he's going to let them play, and you're going to have to see something pretty egregious for him to, alter the game.
Well, there was a point where, we had probably 3 pretty hard calls in a minute span, and I was thinking to myself, the next hard call is going to be probably a yellow card. But then, to his credit, because of those, talking tos, players backed off a bit and began to play a little bit more sensibly. So you're right. It would take a big call right now to get a card, I think, at this point in the game.
Muncaster was battling, and there's a shot that goes high off of the foot of Howes. It'll be a goal kick for the Wolves.
Yeah, that was an absolute blast in the stratosphere. He gets over it. It might be a different story, but there's a lot of power behind that kick there.
As the temperature continues to drop, the ball becomes a little bit harder. Doesn't travel quite as far. Oh, nice play. Powers got a piece. Montville coming the other way. Touch through the middle. Muncaster to Cowan. Nice play, but they're going to whistle Cornelius. That's a star call right there. Cowan knows how to give that little body language that suggests he got hit. And if the ball gets taken off of Kobe Cowan's foot, it's usually through some form of contact. So good call.
Yeah, well, I think actually that was back to even Muncaster too, right? He was kind of getting body in the ball. We did a great job of kind of keeping his body between the ball and the player here, and come out with a really, kind of pinpoint pass. That's the kind of player that Muncaster can be. Even under duress, he can deliver a great ball.
Out wide. Good defense from the Saints, but a good battle. Madden Brown keeps it. High head ball. Powers. Here's a chance. Salas Montalvo wants to try to play it out. Gives it back. Low shot on goal. Rebound far post available. Kept in. Brown. And the Saints pop it out. Gould put a shot on goal, and the rebound was there.
Yeah, Gould hit an absolute missile. Had Montville crashed that goal, they would potentially have, a greater chance to score here. But a good job by them to kind of gobble it up on the outside and get it back.
Here comes Seifert. Look at Cowan hustle back. Seifert one-on-one with DeLucia. DeLucia forces him to the middle, and nice job by the Wolves. Give Cowan credit. He hustled all the way back to get involved on that defensive play.
Well, that's just senior leadership, right? He knows what's at stake here. He wants to hang a banner. He wants to, put another championship as part of Montville soccer, and the way to do that is to play on both sides of the ball and show your teammates you're willing to do what it takes to win.
Some of these players, the seniors, were sophomores when Montville won 2 years ago, Santiago being the MVP, but many of them were also JV players or not yet in school. So this is only a few returning players who were really a part of that championship a couple of years ago.
the leadership of this team, though. These boys talk about it. They have conversations. The alumni base is pretty active here, so there's a lot of conversations about what Montville brings to the table. Coach Litz did a nice job this year with something called the First Pass, where he brings in alumni and former players, and they talk to the players about Montville stories of old, and it helps give them motivation to what Montville was and what it continued to be.
I know you were one of those first passers.
Yeah, no look pass with left foot, brilliant.
Dan, do you have Sam down there?
Good touch.
Okay, good. I see.
Good touch for an old guy.
Good touch for anybody. I do love the word. I like lovely. Lovely is one of my favorite soccer words.
Brilliant.
Brilliant's fabulous. My coach, Coach Larkin. Lovely. Brilliant.
Or one of the favorites. Oh, unlucky.
Unlucky. That's true. And it's usually with an first. You're right. Unlucky. Cowan trying to make something happen. He's going to play it back, changes fields. I like that play.
Yeah,
nice job good work out there by Cass.
Great patience by Cowan too to bring a ball negative, right, and then check his shoulder and see that outside player available, which creates some opportunity. Because as he goes further back, they're naturally going to step forward and create space behind the defense here. So then he can whip it back the opposite way and hopefully play that ball through. So that was a veteran, kind of soccer IQ play by Colby Cowan.
Very physical in the middle. No one able to get an advantage. Saints pop it back out. It's headed back in. Cowan tried to get a foot on it. Couldn't do much with it. Salas Montalvo. And the Saints intercept. Salas Montalvo with a little poke check. Continuing the body. No call. I like it. Seifert passes to Pacheco. Pacheco's going to let one fly. Santiago's there. Nothing doing.
Yeah, another good no call by Tim Viveris in the middle here. That's definitely a inadvertent contact and player going down on his own accord. So I like the way he's letting the boys play today.
Steal by Howes. Howes pops it. There's Seifert. Seifert trying to touch to himself. And DeLucia clears. Cowan to Brown. Brown has Cowan on the return. Cowan pops it back to Brown. Here's a good chance for the Wolves. In the middle, running on and clearing. Well done is Cass. But it will be a corner kick for the Wolves.
Great ball by Madden Brown again, just tucking inside the back line there. Kind of an inadvertent, play by that defender there. That ball was hit with some pace, kind of near the goal area. Not a threat for a goal, but a little bit of a heart flutter if you're the St. Bernard coaching staff.
Corner for the Wolves. 2.5 minutes remaining here in the overtime. Looking for the golden goal. Up in the air. It's loose. Shot. Saved by the defender. Cowan tries to get a foot. Has a step. Montville trying to keep it back in. Great work by Cass. Montville will have a throw.
Montville clearly showing that they are ready for the task here. They have really put on, a lot of, nifty moves and some good attacking opportunities in this first overtime here, showing, signs of what we saw in the first half of soccer.
Another throw from Montville. Montville trying to keep it in their end. The Saints trying to press it out. There's a dangerous ball. Regan comes up and snags it in front of Powers.
Nothing wrong with that. That's a ball. It's a big ball, dangerous ball, and that's a hard ball for Regan to come down with. The credit to him on that one. But I'm okay with that ball there. Just get it in a dangerous spot. You never know what's going to happen, especially in overtime.
DeLucia steps through, plays it out. Salas Montalvo. Hockdorfer looking for Madden Brown. Nice touch. There's Brown. Play on. Middle of the field. Back out. It's going to go back out. Madden Brown lets it fly. Weak side to Cowan, but the whistle.
Yeah, it looks like they're calling Madden Brown offsides. It must have been really close. I mean, the AR is in great position to call that, but we're talking maybe a half a yard there. Madden tried to hold his line there, but I think the defender stepped up in the last minute.
And Baucus is down on the field. And they're going to attend to Chris Baucus. And that means Baucus is going to have to come off. So Baucus is going to head to the sideline.
Yeah, Baucus is a tough kid, so for him to come off, he's got to have a knock to have him come to the sideline here because he's been a big part of this offense, this game, and a good presence.
So Keenan will come back into the game, replacing Baucus.
And Keenan, another pacey player, so he's another one in this last 49 seconds they got to be mindful of, especially when he's fresh.
49 seconds remaining in the first overtime. Powers will have the kick deep in his own end. Expect him to drop it around the Montville 40. And then right on cue, instead he plays it back to Southcheck. And they're going to switch fields, go in the other direction, stay on the ground.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea, Casey, because they're keeping possession, but, there's 40 seconds left here. Let's get that ball in a positive area, to make it dangerous. And also, it prevents the issue of a mispass or a miss hit, right? That's a tough ball to play on the back end with 40 seconds to go.
Montville through the middle of the field. Cowan dancing. Keeps it on his foot. Saints steal. Montville steals it right back. 15 seconds remaining. Trying to get it down the side. And a great job by St. Bernard's shielding Montville. We're through one overtime. Nothing's changed. We'll come back for overtime number 2. The golden goal is elusive. Who's going to grab it? We'll be right back. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Being part of a great community is so important. People helping and supporting others can be very uplifting and contagious. At Philomena's Restaurant, that's exactly what you get. It's the community hub for not just Waterford, but all of southeastern Connecticut. Birthday parties, anniversary dinners, weddings, sports banquets, a drink with friends, and of course, charity events. Philomena's has been, is, and will always be there for the community. Celebrate and support southeastern Connecticut at Philomena's. Philomena's, Utopia Plaza in Waterford.
All right, let's set the stage here. We're in the Division II Boys Soccer Championships in the ECC. The number 1 seed, Montville, tied 1-1 with the number 2 seed, St. Bernard's. We are in the second of 2 overtimes. Golden goal applies. Next score wins. If no one scores in the next 10 minutes, we will go to penalty kicks, which, Colin, as you know from a coaching standpoint, is sort of what you want to avoid. You want this goal to be scored either way in this overtime period. Penalty kicks, man, that's got to be a white hair city.
Yeah, it's you want to win 11v11 on the field in regulation or overtime. It's never a fun way to lose a game. Obviously the euphoria of winning a penalty shootout is great, but the agony of defeat in penalties, is something that sticks with you forever. And not always an indication of necessarily the best team on that day. It can be a dagger at times.
Do you like penalty kicks as a means to end a championship soccer game, or would you like to see either some other form of a third overtime or even a like they do in hockey, go a 7v7?
Yeah, it's tough. I like a winner. I like a winner, and I think that's tough sometimes, but I think it becomes a situation where if you're dropping players off the field, that could be a situation where it could be a physical part of the game too. So it's hard to say, and that's been a debate for decades, centuries, whatever you want to call it. But ultimately, you have to have a winner in these situations. You don't want to have a situation where you're worrying about co-championships and so on like that. And once again, it prepares you for the state tournament. Same rules in the state tournament.
Nice run. Klusek, far post. Here's a great chance for the Wolves. Setting it up and just sailing it high. Oh, Madden Brown wants that one back. He probably could have taken another touch or two.
Yeah, a great leave by Cowan. I'm not sure if Cowan could have brought it down, but a great leave by Cowan to let it kind of go by him, to on-running Madden Brown. Yeah, to your point, I think maybe one more small touch to kind of get yourself composed in the ball, and then you rock it on the frame. But, good decision either way. But Madden Brown probably wants that one back.
Montville definitely turning up the energy of possession. Nice play by Keenan. Keenan, I like it, goes back to the middle of the field. C. Brown. Instead, Muncaster to Cowan. Cowan's going to try to get a step. He has one, puts it through. Cowan bumped, still has it on his feet. Shoots, rebound, great save. Regan.
Cowan scored from a similar angle in that game we talked about previously against New London in the first overtime, kind of attacked the end line and decided to put the ball in the frame and scored. So, I like the way he's taking this game, on his shoulders a little bit and putting himself in position to take some shots.
Klusek puts a ball in the middle. Nice touch by Hockdorfer. Cowan brings it back. Out it goes to Brown. Brown tried to thread to Hockdorfer. Still has it on his foot. Brown shoots. Save Regan.
Much better attempt by Madden Brown that time. Ball in the frame. Causes Regan to get up in the air. That's a much better attempt by Madden Brown from that left side.
6 minutes and 45 seconds. Seifert trying to come on a counterattack. Nice defense by the Wolves. Credit Gould. Out it goes to Brown. Brown trying to beat Powers. He does. Help from the inside comes. But here's Cowan in the middle of the field. Lets a low ground ball fly, and Regan there for the save.
Yeah, Muncaster on the shot there, kind of steps up into the middle and launches one. That's where you're going to see Muncaster trying to put the game on his shoulders as well as one of the senior leaders.
Good body control from Seifert.
Yeah, Montville with the lion's share of the chances here in the first overtime and now the second overtime. Right around the 6-minute mark here, putting the pressure on the Saints.
Keenan fighting, trying to get to it. And the whistle. Five and a half minutes remaining here in overtime number 2. Fatigue versus adrenaline.
Yeah, cramping always comes up to it as well, right? At this point, you've played, 80, 90, 100 minutes of soccer here, and, your body's getting depleted, and you might see cramping in the calves and so on and so forth. And so that plays part of it too. So the fitness level is part of it. And then if we do get to penalties, some of that can play into it as well, is your ability to put that ball in the back. And to your point before, Casey, while coaches don't necessarily love the PK situation, we have a big crowd right now. You have a combination of the D1 and D2 finals here, crowd from both games here, kind of lining the field here at Bill McNall Field. They would love to see that.
Backus back on, Hockdorfer off. For just under 5 minutes, 4:50 as the throw is going to come in from Cornelius. To Pacheco. Back to Grawl. Cowan has it in the middle. Outside it goes to Brown. Brown with Powers. Brown turns it inside. To Muncaster, now back to Brown. Nobody home as he tried to go to the middle of the field. Settling it, Klusek. Klusek and Keenan. Settled by DeLucia. To Muncaster. Out to Brown. Brown looking for Cowan. Cowan flicks on goal, and there's Regan for the save.
Yeah, tough ball. Cowan had two choices. Can I flick it on, or can I try to get that ball down somehow? Maybe a chest ball, just bring it down to some extent, or even flick it to another player. But I do like the way that Montville is being really aggressive, putting this ball into those dangerous places.
I like Klusek's play right there. Keep it in. Nicely done. The Saints trying to get anything going here. Middle of the field. Cowan gets it taken away. Nifty move from Soucek. But Cowan gets it back. Out it goes to Madden Brown. 3.5 minutes remaining. Brown.
Montville throwing numbers forward here. I mean, they're not stretching anyone on the St. Bernard side, so you're seeing all kinds of them. You got 10 guys, 9, 10 guys in the box here.
Cowan's going to take the free kick at about the 10-yard line, so he's just outside the 18. Is he going to put it on goal? Is someone going to run on? What's Colby Cowan going to do? Low. Pacheco comes in, but it's going to be a corner for the Wolves.
Yeah, if I'm Coach Lett right here, I'm seeing nobody from St. Bernard's being stretched here. I'm going to throw, Klusik up there. I'm going to throw the whole kitchen sink at these guys here with just 2 minutes to play here, because these guys aren't helping them all in the midfield. Get those guys involved, or at least if it pops out, put it back in the frame.
Cowan's going to take the corner. Far side. The scrum begins. Cowan hits a ground ball instead. It's loose in front. Who's got it? And up over the top it goes, and it will be a goal kick for the Saints. A goalkeeper's biggest fear right there. A ball that nobody sees and nobody can get to.
Yeah, nice idea by Montville to play that low-driven ball to the near post, because once again, you never know. That ball squeaks through in the scrum. That could easily be a goal by either side.
There's a nice ball to Brown on the outside. Muncaster found him, and it's going to be a goal kick. They say it was off Muncaster, as we're down under 2 minutes, 1:40 remaining.
Powers definitely taking his time here.
There's Pacheco. Nice flick by Lopez. Out to Klusek. Good play by Pacheco. 1:10 remaining. Throw into the middle, nobody there. Nice touch wide. That was a nice play by Godburn. In the middle of the field. Godburn again, touches out to DeLucia. And that'll be a Montville throw.
Still plenty of time here in terms of getting the ball forward. He doesn't need to rush too much here, but certainly got to play the ball direct.
Hard through ball. The Saints play it right back. Dangerous play. Here comes Montville with 20 seconds remaining. Here's a chance in front, and Balkus couldn't get his foot on it. Now Brown cuts it back inside. Madden Brown deflected out. 9 seconds remaining. DeLucia puts it back on the frame. He's got his man, and the whistle. He had Cowan, but he was offsides, and that ends the second overtime. For the first time on game day, a championship game will be determined by a penalty kick shootout. We're going to take a quick break and come back with those rules. Wow, you're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Being part of a great community is so important. People helping and supporting others can be very uplifting and contagious. At Philomena's Restaurant, that's exactly what you get. It's the community hub for not just Waterford, but all of southeastern Connecticut. Birthday parties, anniversary dinners, weddings, sports banquets, a drink with friends, and of course, charity events. Philomena's has been, is, and will always be there for the community. Celebrate and support southeastern Connecticut at Philomena's. Philomena's, Utopia Plaza in Waterford.
After the game, follow Game Day CT on social media to see our pick for the Scient Federal Credit Union Top Play. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
As the crowd starts to stir with anticipation, a game day first sudden death is upon us. The penalty kicks, 5 each. If there is a winner at the end of those 5, they are champions. If there is not a winner after those 5, it becomes a sudden death event. But 5 Wolves will shoot PKs on Timothy Regan. 5 Saints will shoot PKs on Adonis Santiago. Who will be left standing? Well, gonna find out.
Yeah, so in alternating fashion, each team gets those 5 shots in the first round. Whichever team has a culminating higher goal total after that first round wins. If it's tied after the first round, then it goes to sudden death PKs for the second round, where each team gets the shot in alternating fashion. It's an interesting situation. It becomes a bit of a crapshoot at times because really any team could win these kinds of things. Very exciting for our audience here. We have a packed crowd here at Ledyard High School. Certainly you see people moving around, getting to the spot where those goals will be shot. I'm not sure which side of the field will be shoot at. Typically they go scoreboard side in most cases. And interesting enough, that's when all the goals were scored today.
That's right. I think it's of note, too, that the largest the crowd's going to be is right now, because almost everybody from that was here to start this game is still here, and lots of crowd is arriving for the 7 o'clock tip, which will not be at 7 o'clock. But the 7 o'clock game between NFA and East Lyme, a lot of those fans are here right now, too, so they get treated to the penalty kicks.
So both teams will line up somewhere, near either midfield or just off the 18, and then it becomes kind of that walk to the 18 where they'll be delivered the ball. You place it on the penalty marker there. Keepers back off on their line, whistle blows, and off they go. And then it's either a celebratory walk back to their teammates or a long walk back, for missing or having a ball saved.
What is worse in your mind as a having it saved by the keeper or missing the goal entirely?
Oh, it's 100% missing the frame, because you get zero chance of putting the ball in the back of the frame if you miss it, right? That's a lonely walk back when you sky a ball, you miss the frame. You tip your cap if you make a good shot and the keeper saves. I've always told my players over the years, put your best shot in the frame. Either you're going to save it or it's going to go in the back of the net, and you tip your cap when he saves it. You get zero chance of putting the ball in the back of the net if it's not in the frame, and a zero chance of helping your teammates if it's skied somewhere. So, that's always important. And what's also interesting is it's not always necessarily your best players to take these shots. You go through this as a team and you kind of figure out who are penalty kick takers. I've seen players come off the bench cold because they're kind of like that's their specialty, right? I've seen goalkeepers take them. So you never know who's going to take these shots for both teams. And if I know Coach Gillette, he's a part of my staff back in the day, we spent many of times after practice getting our teams ready for these kind of postseason matchups. So it'd be really interesting to see what happens. I mean, I would give a slight edge to Montville just based on Santiago between the pipes, but you never know because Regan's had a great game in his own right.
I always love the little bit of gamesmanship that goes on with the PKs as well. The hesitation that some players step up and they say, I'm going to put this ball in the upper right corner with pace, and no one's going to stop it. Others like to try to see if they can get the goalie to commit to one side and they just punch it in softly on the other, and then the others have that sort of hesitation as they come up to the ball to try to read what's going on. I do love the gamesmanship, and as a keeper, and I have been in this situation, and it's a lonely place to be, because the reality is that you can guess right and still not make a save. A good shot is unsavable in a PK situation at this level. I mean, we've seen professional goalies who can cover post to post in epic fashion, but a good PK is going to likely go into the goal. And man, I'll tell you, the keepers, I wouldn't want to be either one of them right now.
Yeah, but you know what, though? Just like the shooters, right? Coaches tell shooters, make your best shot, and if he saves it, tip your cap. But just like that on the goalkeeper side, pick a side, look at his body language, look at his hips, but pick a side that you want to go to, dive that direction, make your best chance to make that save. If he goes the opposite way, you tip your cap. If it goes your direction, you try to make that save. You do the best chance you can. But really, it's more about the shooter's chance here than the goalkeepers.
First will be Montville, Nolan Muncaster, the junior. Tim Regan, great effort so far for the Saints. Now, one advantage, Regan is longer than Santiago. He does have a little more reach to him. Muncaster is up first and wants desperately to set the tone here for the Wolves. Each time the first person puts one in, It relaxes everybody. Here comes Muncaster, and he sails it high! He sails it high! The first chink in the armor of the Wolves.
Yeah, a lot of nerves there, you know, and there's two schools of thought, right? You have a coin flip, and then I'm not sure when the coin flip out there, but you get to choose whether you go first or second. I've always been a proponent of being first, right? Putting that pressure on the opposition. But when you do that and you miss like that, now it shows that chink in the armor, like you mentioned. Gives a little momentum to St. Bernard's now, because if now they score in the second round here, puts them in the driver's seat.
And it's going to be Jose Pacheco. Adonis Santiago in goal for the Wolves. Pacheco approaches, shoots, and scores!
Santiago diving the right way, but a great finish by Pacheco, just above an outstretched hand by Santiago. You always want to put your better penalty kick shooters towards the front of the line, right? First, second, third, because you don't want to put them fourth or fifth, because you might not get that far. So certainly Moncaster is one of their best, and Pacheco delivers for St. Bernard's, putting them up 1-0 after the first round.
Luis Salas Montalvo, who has the goal for Montville. Regan awaits. And a very savvy goal for the Wolves.
Yeah, hit the opposite way that Regan went. Not with a ton of pace, but it didn't need to be. You know, had Regan dived that direction, it probably would have been a save. But I think, you know, to Montalvo's credit, kind of sense which direction he's going, and bears that ball and equalizes this for Montville 1-1.
Ben Seifert, the junior forward for the Saints. And he just sneaks it by Santiago. Twice, Santiago has just missed.
Yeah, another good guess by Santiago, just out of an outstretched hand. Great ball by Seifert to put it in that kind of that side netting to put St. Bernard's up 2-1 after 2 rounds. Now you see the secondary official, the AR on the line, they're kind of sensing to where, you know, that goalkeeper is. The goalkeeper can't leave his line before the ball is kicked. They can hold that line and move back and forth, but can't come forward to cut off that angle till the ball is struck.
Definitely keep us up to date on the score, because I don't have the graphic.
Right now it is 2-1 Saints. 2-1 Saints. Here comes the Wolves. And a goal from Ben Godburn. So again, to repeat, Montville went empty, goal, goal. The Saints have gone goal, goal, and now have their third attempt. And it looks like it's going to be Alex Grawl who scored the goal for the Saints. Santiago has guessed right twice, but he's 0 for 2. Here comes Grawl, and Adonis Santiago makes the save! Grawl went right, Santiago held, and after 3 full frames, we are tied 2-2.
Great job by Santiago. He's gone right twice in a row, went to his left, kind of read the body language of Grawl, and makes a big-time save. Santiago is always good for a save or two in these rounds of penalty kicks, I would imagine.
Here's Colby Cowan, the senior captain for the Wolves. Regan, ready. Cowan, savvy. Let him commit and put it in the net, and Montville goes up 3-2.
Cool, calm, collected. That's why Colby is the player that he is. Comes up big in a big spot.
As we head here, next up for the Saints, Ben Howes. Or is that check? Is that, nope, Luke Brannigan. Check it, Luke Brannigan. And he bangs it past Santiago. 3-3. And here comes the 5th and final PK. A save here would put St. Bernard on the precipice. A goal would put Montville on the precipice.
Probably the most pressure-filled position we're going to see on the day, right? Long walk to the ball, packed crowd, everyone is watching you. Whistle, round 5.
Oh, beautiful goal Gould buries it up top. And Montville cannot lose in this 5v5 PK. If Adonis Santiago can make this save, the Wolves will be champions.
Great shot. Unsavable upper area. The lower ones are actually easier to save even though they're driven. But those high balls, you got to dive and get up in the air to make those saves. Great ball by Gould.
Mark Sawchuk.
If he makes the save,
If Sawchuk scores, we go to sudden death. If Santiago makes the save, Montville wins. Sawchuk approaches and scores! And at the end of 5 PKs, it is 4-4, and now it is sudden death. Nope, it is not. I was given wrong rules. It is 5 more because sudden death would make it too quick. Let's do 5 more and really make sure that my agita takes full effect.
4-4 tie. We will head to a second round of 5.
Not surprising, Casey. This team played 2-1 in the regular season. Deadlocked after regulation, deadlocked after overtime, deadlocked after penalties. Here we go for the second round of 5.
The two loneliest people have each other, Adonis Santiago and Tim Regan. Right now, they're saying to each other, do you want to get a pizza after this? What do you think? You know, hey, did you see Taylor Swift on Sunday with, what is that conversation right there, Colin?
That's trying to ease the nerves, right? Some camaraderie, right? They understand that they're not, in the greatest position, right? Their job is to try to make a save, but really, it's the shooters in the driver's seat. So they're just trying to kind of have that conversation. It's that brotherhood of goalkeepers, right? It's a very different position on the field compared to the rest. And you know what? There's not a more personal guy, probably ECC, than Adonis Santiago.
Yeah.
He makes friends with enemies.
The mayor of Montville. See, now, being the sarcastic head game player that I was, I would have been down there right now saying to Tim Regan, wow, man, I didn't realize how big and tall you were, man. You're long. I wish I was as big as you, man. It must be, I don't know how anyone gets one by you. That's what and he would have looked at me and go, I see what you're doing. I know what you're doing. But Adonis is down there they're probably making plans.
I see what you're doing, and I don't like it.
And I don't like it. That would be Happy Gilmore.
Well played.
To Shooter McGavin. The fact that we are ready here to start the next set of 5v5.
We should play this music during the penalty kick round. I think would be appropriate.
So will it be the same 5, or does it need to be a new 5?
So typically it's a new 5. So now you have a secondary 5. So it looks like we have. Okay, so look at Madden Brown, I think, is the first one up here. Unless my eyes deceive me. No, I can't tell. Yeah, I think it's Madden Brown.
So Regan, who has not made a save yet, did have Muncaster's sail high, will be up first again, and Madden Brown, the senior, will be first up for the Wolves. Crowd lined up along the far fences. The stands are full. What a crowd here to watch this Division II championship game in penalty kicks, round 2 of the penalty kicks.
Something to be said for the second 5 now. They've been off, the field from playing for quite some time now, so there's some coldness in the weather here, so don't be surprised if this plays a part.
Madden Brown versus Tim Regan. PK1. Goal! Madden Brown.
Steps up with confidence, buries the first goal, puts Montville up 1-0 in this second round, opposed to the last round where they went down 1-0 in the first round. So a good start for Montville in this second round of 5.
Now comes Ben Howes for the Saints.
So Dan, don't even follow the ball, just stay right on the shooter.
Howes versus Santiago. Save Santiago! Oh, Adonis! And Howes went right over to his keeper, Regan, and said, "You got to pick me up. Let's go."
Santiago also talking to the St. Bernard's player. Great class and sportsmanship on the part of Santiago.
You mentioned a player coming off the bench. Here's Jack Bowman, whose name we did not say in regulation. Bowman approaches and scores. Hey, nothing to it. I haven't played much, but you know what? Let me walk on and bury this one, and it's 2 goals for the Wolves.
And on the contrast, I've seen situations at the high school and college level and pro levels where you have a specialty goalkeeper who comes up the bench and just does penalty, kick situations. So I think that Matt Sangelotti at UConn never saw the field at all, would come on the field in penalty kick situations out of Weathersfield and be UConn's penalty kick guy.
And no pressure there. The Saints desperately need this one to go. And very calm, Aiden Cass gets the Saints on the board. Can Montville keep the pressure on? It is in their hands. If Montville doesn't miss, they win.
Montville with 6 straight penalty kick conversions here in the last 6 kicks.
Eli Klusik played such a great game today. The junior, like a place kicker for an extra point. 2 and 3, approaches and scores!
Great finish by Klusik. Sometimes as a defender, those are tough to do because you're so used to sometimes driving balls out of the back, up and out in the air. Now to step over one and make sure you keep it underneath that bar is impressive. So bearing that one with confidence to put Montville up 3-1 going to the 3rd round for the Saints.
Cameron Cornelius. If Santiago makes the save, Montville cannot lose. Cornelius up, and what a shot by Cornelius to keep the Saints alive. 3-2. Noah Keenan, the junior, up next for the Wolves. If he makes it, Montville cannot lose in this round. Keenan approaches and rips it past Regan.
You go from so much pressure. It's a long walk. We're talking about a 30 or 40 yard walk to the ball, right? Over this ball, all the pressure, big crowd, ECC championship. When that ball hits the back of the net, it's an absolute, weight off your shoulders here that you were able to help out your team.
Desmond Powers, the sophomore. If Santiago makes the save, Montville wins. Powers needs to keep the Saints alive. Approaches, and he sails it high! Montville wins! Montville wins! Howl, Wolves, howl!
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 Division II ECC Soccer Champions, the Montville Wolves.
The Montville Wolves in double PK after double overtime defeat the St. Bernard Saints in an all-time game day classic.
Incredible finish to what we knew was going to be a close game, but holy cow. Coming down to 2 penalty kick shootouts, 2 rounds of 5 for both teams, deadlocked after overtime, deadlocked after the first round, and Montville coming away with a victory here at Ledyard High School to win the Division II ECC championship game.
We will stay with our cameras on for the presentation of the trophy, and we will be back live 30 minutes from now for the tip of NFA and East Lyme. And of course, find us on all of our social media platforms at Game Day CT, where you can see the interview with Coach Chris Ouellette, as well as our player of the game. So we will be back in 30 minutes for how are they going to top it, Division I final. You're watching Game Day, live at day.com.
Dan, do you have a mic table down there? You're good?
Alright, Amy.
Yeah. And I mean,
It's hard to manage. Yeah. The pressure on you.
it's like the phase when at the end it comes down to that. I remember played in the high school down Dan, you can go handheld. Yeah, with John's camera. Tough to end on a miss for me. You don't know. It's at home though.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We're ranked number 3 in the state.
at this time, on behalf of the Eastern Connecticut Conference, we'd like to award the most outstanding player for tonight's championship game. The winner of the most outstanding player for Montville, Adonis Santiago. And on behalf of the Eastern Connecticut Conference, presenting head coach Chris Roulette and the Montville Wolves, the 2023 Boys Soccer Division II champion.
They're going to face the wrong way, so I will fade the black in 3, 2, 1. Fade now.
The following is a presentation of The Day.
The anthem is being performed by the Ledyard Colonel Marching Band.
Number 1 seeded East Lyme Vikings, the number 3 seeded NFA Wildcats. The Division I Boys Soccer Championship in the ECC is moments away, and all the action live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. All that's good begins with a smile, and well, at Waterford Dental Health, their entire team is dedicated to providing you the personalized dental care you deserve. So go to waterforddentalhealth.com and find out everything you need to know about your dental needs. If you're looking for smiles, you have to look no further than the Montville Wolves, winners in the second round of PKs in the Division II championship game. If you're just joining us now, a Game Day classic. Here tonight, the East Lyme Vikings, 15-1-1, the class of the conference all year long, against a team playing well at the moment, the NFA Wildcats, but the Wildcats have yet to beat East Lyme this year. They're 0-2. I'm joined, of course, by the great Colin Delaney, and I think everyone was expecting this to be East Lyme Ledyard, but NFA had something to say about that, shutting out the Colonels 2-0 in the semifinals.
Yeah, you know, NFA always finds a way to win, I feel like, in those tough situations. You know, double L school here, a lot of, great players in their own right, and certainly, worthy of being in this Division I final. You know, both teams coming into this with a 3-game unbeaten streak. You know, East Lyme with the 2 wins and the tie to East Hampton, and of course NFA with the win against Ledyard and Wyndham and Fitch to finish out the season in the tournament.
East Lyme hadn't lost until about 10 days ago, almost 2 weeks ago, where they dropped a 2-1 game to Old Saybrook, came right back and tied East Hampton. They had been 13-0 prior to that. They went out of the conference, played 2 very good teams in Old Saybrook and East Hampton to kind of get a feel for where they are statewide. They are in the loaded Class L, and they are very good, and this team has been almost impossible to score goals against. At one point, they had not given up a goal until Morgan put one in about week 8.
Yeah, East Lyme is coming into this game with 60 goals for, only 6 against, and a remarkable 12 shutouts on the season in 15 wins. So certainly a formidable defensive unit and really an all-around solid team with not really any holes to speak of.
Well, when you talk about longevity, no place to look past these 2 coaches. A combined 62 years at these 2 schools. Paul Christensen in his 35th season, Robert Briones in his 27th season. And if Coach Christensen, if Wally can win, it'll be the 400th of his career.
Yeah, Wally is a legend in the conference, a legend in the state, and Robert Bionis not too far behind. He's someone that has, stayed the test of time. I played for Wally way back in the day. I don't want to date myself, but certainly a big-time coach.
Dangerous ball in front, and there's the first goal of the game. Pumping it in, Luke Sallin. East Lyme on top, barely into this ball game.
Yeah, we are less than 2 minutes in this ball game here, and going into it, we know that East Lyme possess some long throws. You've got Montejano and Novik, who are some long throws to this team. They connected on actually 2 goals against Ledyard in that last match, that 6-0 win over Ledyard here on the same field. 1 goal coming in the same fashion under 2 minutes into that game.
Colton Hawkins, the keeper for NFA, had no real chance at that. That ball was put, and it was just a question of could his guy get to it first, but Sallin got to it first. And for a team that's only given up 6 goals on the year, a 1-0 lead can feel like a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, that long throw is a big weapon. We've seen more and more of that over the last 10, 15 years with these long throwers in the conference, and even in the state. That was a lethal weapon. So essentially anywhere from roughly 20 yards in, that's like a corner kick. Ball's in dangerous spots, and that ball was deep into the box, and then you have the scrum, and they put it away nicely.
Wargo will have the corner for the Vikings. Header and a save made nicely by Hawkins.
Yeah, nice job by Hawkins to get up there, be mindful of that ball being put in. Great ball by Wargo across the box, a nice header by East Lyme. That early goal, Casey, tends to open up the game really quick. A lot of times in these finals, you see kind of a stalemate for a while. Teams kind of trying to figure out each other, some back and forth, box-to-box play. When a goal is scored early, it really focuses the other team to get that ball forward, and it opens up the game big time. So we should see some, pretty classic, fun soccer over the course of this match.
Vikings playing it back. Novik dumps it off, and the Vikings will play it out. Methodically, working it through the defensive end, back to Novik.
Yeah, the center backs of Novik and Seguin, 2 of the best in the conference. 2 really smart center backs, sees the field well. I would say Seguin's probably one of the best, if not the best defender in the conference, just from a soccer standpoint, but a soccer IQ. He sees the field well, commands good presence in the back end, and you can see they move the ball well east to west to create some opportunities as the ball goes forward.
Down in the corner it goes. Looking for AJ Montejano, and NFA comes out with it. They'll play it back to the keeper.
In the early goings, you're seeing East Lyme kind of look to play the ball wide. I think they feel that down the flank is their better opportunity to create some opportunities against a pretty strong, down the spine team of NFA with the likes of, the big Logan Jenkins in the middle, and some of the larger players down the middle. And of course, the keeper comes off his line pretty well. So I think they're looking to play some flank play against NFA, in the early goings here.
Vikings operating out of the back with a 1-0 lead. They'll take their time and pop it back to Novik. All pink for their keeper, Ben Johnson. Callaway Scott plays it now. Asso.
East Lyme very comfortable playing the ball forward and negative, varying their attack from possession to direct soccer.
Scott, Stoddard's going after it. Stoddard turns with the right foot, and 3 Wildcats. Stoddard keeps it on his foot, still pushing. And instead, it's buried by Asso. Oh, so good, Brendan.
Robbie Stoddard so strong in the ball to keep possession of that in really tight spaces in the 18, then knock the ball negative to oncoming Asso, who buries the ball. Second goal for East Lyme in just over 5 minutes here in this first half of soccer in the Division I final.
Stoddard is a physical specimen. He looks powerful. He is powerful, and NFA could not get the ball off his foot.
East Lyme goal scored by number 8, Brendan Asso. Time of the goal, 5-14. Robert Stoddard assisting.
Could not have asked for a better start if you are the Vikings.
Yeah, East Lyme showing, why they're supposed to be here, right? I mean, they've been the best team in the conference all season long. A big statement game against Ledyard early in the season, 6-0, and then just carrying on from that. And East Lyme has played 7 games in the last 15 days, with 2 in the course of 2 days, and then now, hopping the state tournament next week. So part of it is trying to make sure that these guys are healthy for the state tournament while trying to win a championship in their own right here in the Eastern Connecticut Conference.
Yeah, East Lyme battling some illness right now, as well as some injury, and of course, one of their key players, game day favorite, is out. He's out going to Callaway. They lost Verhen, who is one of their primary players in the midfield, and yet they have soldiered on.
Yeah, they have a lot of depth. I mean, even when they come off the bench 2 or 3 deep, those guys hop in, and those guys will probably start on most teams in the conference. So they're an extremely deep team, talented team, no holes, play very well together. Wally describes them as a family, right? Tend to bicker at times and some back and forth, but it's all for the greater good of what they want to do, and that's to be successful and to compete, but best of friends off the field.
Yeah, highly competitive group, and not surprising, good sportsmanship here. NFA, Bray, and Beauchamp picking up Stefanski.
Yeah, and Stefanski coming off of, a knee injury previously, and you can see with that leg brace on today, kind of nursing some of that, trying to keep it in check for the upcoming state tournament, and good to see him pop up off the ground there after that fall in the middle of the field.
NFA trying to mount its first attack of the game. Can they get it through the midfield? No. If you look at East Lyme's schedule, they were, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but until the 1-0 game over Waterford in the semifinals, they weren't tested in the conference at all. I mean, if you look at their scores, they're striking in conference. 5-0, 4-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0, 3-0, 4-1, 3-0, 4-0. I mean, it's 6-0. They just were not challenged. 3-1 against NFA. NFA scored a goal, which was, hard to believe. And 6-1 over Woodstock. This was a team that in conference has not had a team even close. We have not seen this level of domination in the conference in a while, as far as just really no challengers.
No, and against NFA, I mean, they're 7 goals for and 1 against in 3 games. So that's telling against a very talented, double L school in NFA. To do that tells you that this team is well built for a long run this season.
We saw that incredibly talented Montville team that just won the Division II. I mean, their 2-0 loss early in the year to East Lyme was, about as good as anybody did. And I talked with the Montville coaches and players, and they said that it was 2-0. It might as well have been 100-0. He said they couldn't get the ball over midfield. He said the entire game, that game was Adonis and great defense from Montville because they couldn't even get the ball over midfield against this East Lyme defense. So, the Vikings are formidable, and I don't want to look too far ahead. They're up 2-0 here in the early going, but Class L is loaded, and for them to navigate that kind of a tournament, it's going to take health, luck, solid play. It all has to come together for them to make a run in L.
Yeah, and if you look at the top 10 teams in the Class L tournament, they're divided by like 1 loss apiece. The likes of Brookfield and Massac and Bethel and so on. So really, it's anyone's tournament really in that top 10, East Lyme included. So it's kind of a murderer's row of teams once they get into the tournament. And East Lyme, I believe, right now is currently a 4 seed. I think slated to play Rockfield next week. So once again, once they get into that tournament, it's going to be a battle every single game.
Wildcats trying to make something happen. Logan Jenkins in the corner, but he loses it, and it will stay with East Lyme.
Yeah, looking at, NFA this year, 45 goals for, 32 goals against. That's quite a bit of goals here, but they're able to score when they can. 4 shutouts on the season. I think that if they're going to be successful today, I think you're really going to have to rely a lot on Hawkins being involved. He is one of the best players in the conference.
Great ball ahead for Wargo. Wargo keeps it on his feet, makes a little move, and then loses it out of bounds off the kick. Well, in NFA, it's surprising. It's funny. Before they beat Ledyard 2-0, they had lost 10-0 in 2 games to Ledyard. Ledyard beat them 4-0 and 6-0. So going into that Ledyard semifinal, they had not even sniffed success against Ledyard, and then came out with that 2-0 victory.
Yeah, Coach Briones and his staff are no slouches either. I mean, certainly they have improved throughout the season, which is what you want to see out of a team. So for them to, have those lumps early in the season and learn from those things, now they're in a situation where they're playing for a championship tonight. And I think Coach Briones is happy about that. And whether they win or lose tonight, it should prepare them for the upcoming Double L tournament, which is also a very formidable contest.
Whistle goes against East Lyme. NFA will have a free kick back around midfield. And they'll put it down right on the other side of midfield. And Noel Curdy Valentin will take the kick right at midfield. The fight for the ball begins. East Lyme pops it out. And Stoddard's been trying to get there first, but can't quite beat Jenkins to the ball, and NFA will put it back in. Flicked on, but Johnson comes off his line calmly.
Yeah, you mentioned Logan Jenkins. I mean, you're going to see him go forward in all those set pieces. He is the tallest and largest player on that field. Multi-sport athlete, soccer player, lacrosse player. I believe he is slated to play at Western New England next year, if I'm not mistaken. So he's one to watch out for in corner kicks and on any restart from NFA into that box. He's a formidable player, both size and height.
Speaking of, Jenkins got up top, got a head on it. Hawken was trying to get there, but instead it comes into the midfield. Delgado now plays out. Callaway Scott plays it back to Stefanski. Back to Scott again. Little 1-2 game, Stefanski and Scott. Stolen by the Wildcats. Nice tackle there. That whistle's going to go against NFA. Nice tackle by Novik. Good job with the official saying, okay, let's, simmer down.
Yeah, this is a high-pressure game. You got two big-time teams playing, so your emotions running high. Tanner Glantz, who is the center official for this game, fantastic official in his own right. Once again, a high school and college guy, plenty of experience, a good choice for this ECC final. Much like we saw with Tim Viveris, talking to the players, simmering those tempers, so we can play soccer here without excessive cards or fouls.
Early in the early going, the first thought is that East Lyme much more physical with the ball, able to maintain the possession through contact.
Now you got a lot of big bodies out there, and the likes of the Robbie Stoddard on the attack. I was very impressed in that first goal, the way he kind of gets stuck in to hold that ball and then play it negative to Asso. So I think you'll see a lot of that. You'll see Stoddard be kind of that primary target forward, right? And I like how he's dropping into the midfield, because if he stays high, he's garnering a lot of attention, Casey. And if he stays high, that attention is going to be in that final third. I'd rather have the attention a little more in the midfield, create space in behind him so guys can overlap into that space.
Out to Scott. Oh, beautiful ball movement. That was lovely. NFA with a throw. Novik so calmly pokes it out. Be a throw for NFA.
Yeah, Novik, nice job. Good angle of approach, not to go too direct so the player get around him. Patient enough, and he knocked that ball out wide for NFA throw.
Hawken with the throw, ball in the air, and Johnson comes off his line and tries to punch it. Finally does, and dangerous play by Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I thought Ben was actually going to have an opportunity to save that ball clean in the air without punching it. Unless you can get a clean, handle on the ball, it's good to punch it. But in that situation, I thought he had a chance to save it. Kind of dodged the bullet there.
Counterattack in the other way. Delgado running on for the Vikings. There's a beautiful ball by Wargo. Now Delgado plays it back. Stefanski, and they put it on the frame, but not much there, and Hawkins comes out. He'll punt it away.
Yeah, I think Stefanski was looking to actually play that ball to the weak side there, but he got caught as the NFA defender came through it. He kind of seemed ready to wrap his hip around it, but couldn't quite get to it before that contact from NFA.
So Novick will throw it in for East Lyme, up 2-0 here in the first half of the Division I championship game.
Yeah, Novick with another one of those big throws. Montejano, Novick with a big throw from East Lyme. That's always great. It's almost like a clear out of the back. And of course on the attack, it's like a corner kick. So that's always been a big part of their game plan all season long.
Hawkins comes out, gathers that one up for the Wildcats. Low ball bouncing. Fighting for it and winning is Wargo. Wargo dumps it down for Stoddard. Stoddard being bodied by Curdy Valentin. That's 2 big bodies. Not many people can body Stoddard.
No, he is just solid. Solid player. Once again, gets stuck in on the attack and can really hold the ball in those tight spaces. And a guy they rely on a lot. I mean, their biggest goal sword. 22 goals in the season. Strong lefty, prefers his left side opposed to the right. And a player that a lot of teams down the stretch have kind of doubled. So, from his standpoint, if he does get doubled, and you kind of see them kind of following him throughout the field, no matter where he goes. If he does get doubled or man marked, it'd be important for him to find spaces where he can get marked so guys can run in behind him. Because certainly he's a player that you cannot let loose. He can strike a ball.
NFA free kick will be taken by Jenkins at midfield. Nice ball, headed back out by the Vikings. Hawken punches it for the Wildcats, but kept in by Wargo, East Lyme. Wargo will have the throw. He'll pass it up to Callaway Scott. Stoddard bodying Jenkins. That's 2 big uns going at it. Oh, nifty from Lewis Hawken, NFA. Hawken wants to run through. Here he is. And he's taken down. There's the whistle. Callaway Scott thought it was clean. The official disagrees.
Yeah, it looked like he got a lot of ball there, but sometimes when a player goes down, the AR kind of saw it differently and called the foul. And a good job by Callaway to get back there and at least, stymie that attack. You don't want Hawkins to get around you to get inside the box there. So not a terrible foul. It's a tough spot to be in, of course, but, not a bad rundown by Callaway Scott.
Jan Lopez will take the free kick just outside the 18 for the Wildcats. Far post. Ball in the air. Cleared out by the Vikings, kept back in by the Wildcats. Scott. Hawken fighting for it. Hawken, nifty move, makes a pass to a teammate, and it's deflected. And that should be a corner kick for NFA.
Yeah, the first corner kick for NFA today. We'll see what they can do in set pieces. Once again, watch out for the tall players, the likes of Jenkins and so on in the box there. They look for him quite often on these set pieces.
So they're down in the near corner. Looks like it'll be Lopez to take the corner.
Did they call it? Oh, no,
Lopez curls it. Good chance, but couldn't come through it. Wildcats trying to keep it in, and they lose it. Oso through the middle. Here's a ball for Stoddard. Stoddard gonna use his body and just plows over the Wildcat defender and draws the whistle.
Yeah, a little forearm shiver there by Robbie Stoddard, just so strong in the ball. Love the counter though. Oso to the middle, big long ball into Stoddard up top there. Almost had a chance to put a goal scoring opportunity, but got a little too physical in that final third.
NFA turning up the pressure, possessing it much more than they did, obviously, in the beginning. Now here's Stoddard. I love this matchup between Stoddard and Curdy Valentin. 2 big bodies.
Yeah, 2 strong players. Good no call by the center official to keep play going.
Oh, Lopez just took that one hard. And he's okay, but that one was going to ring his bell.
Yeah, I don't know if it went off his face or if his midsection, but that was a hard hit ball in tight spaces.
So Novik will have the throw for the Vikings. Just under 20 minutes, down to 19 here in the first half.
Line, number 9, Max Montejano.
Max Montejano into the game.
The younger brother of AJ Montejano was as Wargo takes a break. Typically, one of the first players off the bench is Montejano, Max Montejano. Always a nice, add a lot of energy as a young sophomore here. Once again, coming off the bench for East Lyme is a lot of depth. You'll see a lot of subs on those outside midfield positions throughout the game.
So while there's multiple Montejanos on the pitch right now for the Vikings, they lead 2-0, looking to try to kind of reset as they've lost a little bit of their mojo here. NFA's turned up the intensity and the energy, and the Vikings have not had an opportunity to score, and here's one of their better ones in a while. Try to get it to the middle of Stoddard, but Jenkins, using that big body, clears it out for NFA.
Yeah, we've seen some more life from NFA in the last probably 10 minutes or so here after that second goal. And a lot of times we see that, right, with that 2-goal lead we talked about, right, the quote-unquote most dangerous lead in soccer. But really, we see that because there's that little bit of a sense of relaxation. We've got 2 goals, we got a little bit of a buffer, but that can lead to a quick counters by the opposition, and that leads cut in half quite quickly.
Some nifty footwork from Stefanski. And this is what we were talking about. You see Stefanski and Novik jawing at each other. I think a lot of it is East Lyme wants to be perfect. They want to achieve a level of excellence, and any misstep, any misplay, they're going to get on each other. Why didn't you know I wanted you to put it over there? How could you not have known that that's where I wanted the ball? And I love what Coach Christensen said. He said they go at each other in practice, on the field in games, and off the field they're the tightest knit group he's had.
Yeah, it's a careful balance though, Casey, right? You want to make sure that it's a combination of camaraderie and pushing each other to be better, and it doesn't lead to animosity on the field, which creates problems in terms of how we play in our chemistry. Thankfully these guys have played together a long time, especially this junior class, they've been playing together, since they could walk. And certainly that's been a big part of Wally's job this year, has been more of a manager of this team in the roster.
Gabriel Delgado took a spill. He is down in the middle of the field, and they're going to attend to him. And while they do, we're going to take a quick break. You're watching Game Day live on Day.com.
Being part of a great community is so important. People helping and supporting others can be very uplifting and contagious. At Philomena's Restaurant, that's exactly what you get. It's the community hub for not just Waterford, but all of southeastern Connecticut. Birthday parties, anniversary dinners, weddings, sports banquets, a drink with friends, and of course, charity events. Philomena's has been, is, and will always be there for the community. Celebrate and support southeastern Connecticut at Philomena's. Philomena's, Utopia Plaza in Waterford.
Checking in for East Lyme.
We are back.
5,
The East Lyme Vikings with a 2-0 lead here in the Division I ECC Boys Soccer Final. NFA trying to mount something. It's been quiet for them thus far. They have yet to solve East Lyme.
We know they can, though, Case. We look at the situation with a 2-0 win over Ledyard recently, a 3-1 win over Wyndham, a very pretty talented Wyndham team. So we know they can score.
Whistle on Cole Bray. We're going to get a yellow card on Bray as he plowed over the back of Asso. And so we'll have a free kick from East Lyme.
Cole Bray.
About 30 yards out, and that free kick will be taken by Stefanski.
Yeah, Stefanski's typically their go-to on these set pieces. He got a great ball. He can kind of bend the ball over the wall here. This is oncoming runners from East Lyme. They got to be careful putting it in a spot where we can either get a scrum or a second chance opportunity.
Stefanski approaches, left foot, far post, run on, nothing there. East Lyme, one more crack at it. And Hawkins comes off his line and makes the save.
Yeah, great job by Colton Hawkins coming off his line there and kind of seeing an opportunity to make that save, because if that ball gets on the end of the foot, that's going to be crossed across the box, and that's going to be a tough ball to handle for NFA. So great job by Colton Hawkins having the presence of mind to clear that ball out.
16 minutes remaining here in the first half.
Entering for East Lyme, number 23, Gabe Delgado.
Delgado back on the pitch for the Vikings.
For NFA, number 2, Caden Joseph.
Caden Joseph into the ball game for NFA.
Yeah, so with about 15 minutes left in this first half, you begin to see a lot of those subs come in, giving those guys a rest. You know, it's been a long season for a lot of these teams and some big physical games.
Sagan bangs it out of bounds by East Lyme. NFA will have the throw from Jenkins. East Lyme trying to do a little counter, but Curdy Valentin steps in for NFA. Now in the middle of the field, Stefanski, and now Scott knocks it off of Joseph, and so it'll be an East Lyme throw.
Scott trying to take a little bit of a competitive advantage there, a little too high in the throw. Center pitcher calls him back, but once again in the hands of Novick, who has that long throw we've seen so far in this first half.
He'll be throwing it from about midfield. .45-yard line. That throw goes all the way to the 15. That's a 30-yard throw from Novick. See what I did there? 45 minus.
Carry the 1, remainder of 2. A lot of Common Core math.
I just remember when my son came home and talked about bundles. You got to bundle 10s. The great Jim Bunicor in the booth. And I say great because he brought us some delectables. Hawkins. East Lyme starting to get a little bit more frisky on the offensive side after we saw them kind of settle after those first 2 goals. NFA put on a little bit more energy. Now East Lyme's starting to match that again and get a couple of chances on the offensive side of things.
I want to go back to the Ledyard concession stand here, Casey. I mean, whenever we come here, they always do a fantastic job providing us some food here. I mean, there's Jimmy, right, with some delectables. Casey out of his reach, mostly because he's got short arms. But in general, we are very happy and always pleased with the environment that Ledyard offers at these big games and these tournaments for ECC matchups. Probably one of the best, if not the best, concession stands in the conference.
And I am 13 minutes and 20 seconds away from digging into the aforementioned concession delectables. Hawkins plays it out wide for NFA. NFA still looking for its first real shot on goal today. They haven't really had a true look. East Lyme has done a really good job in the midfield preventing NFA from completing the runs that they're trying to make. And here's the pressure that they put on. And as a keeper, Stoddard is the last person I want to see running at me.
Absolutely. You know, I think you see the way that NFA is set up. They're kind of providing almost that sweeper back position, kind of playing in what looks to be kind of like a 4-2-3-1. That kind of morphs into a 4-3-3 in the attack. So your outside mids kind of join the forward to make that 3 up top here. But defensively, they're giving East Lyme a lot of that respect with that withdrawn center back playing about 5 to 10 yards behind the back 3 there. You know, to prevent those situations of a Robbie Stoddard getting through or Ryan Wargo on the outside or other players, you know, in those in-behind balls.
I mean, if you're NFA and you know that this team's given up 6 goals all year, down 2-0, you know, do you change what you do? Or, you know, I'd be risking 9-0 to try to get back in this thing. I don't care if I lose 3-0.
Yeah, it comes down to volume, Casey. You know, if you look at typical shot-to-score ratios in high school and in college and professional soccer, you're looking at probably between 10 and 20% of your shots go in, right? So it's much lower than, you know, baseball averages, right? Or you know, field goal percentage in basketball. So if you take 10 shots, you'd be lucky to get 1 or 2 in, right? So it's got to be about volume, testing, Johnson in the back, putting balls on the frame, following your chances up, looking for second chance opportunities, because their defense is so solid, in the likes of Ben Johnson in goal, it's going to be hard to come by. Probably closer to 10%.
Novick, long throw back to the far post, and NFA does a good job defending it, and it will be kept in on the far side. East Lyme still maintaining possession, playing it back to Delgado. Delgado loses it. Wildcats have it in the middle, but taken right back by Stefanski.
Yeah, and both teams have that long throw. So if I'm NFA, I'm going to try to attack the flanks. So at minimum, I'm getting a throw in if I can. So it's like a pseudo corner kick, and if not, can I get to the end line to involve some set pieces? But they got to be direct. East Lyme's doing a good job of that right now. NFA should looking to kind of model their attack after what East Lyme's doing.
Vikings, nifty move. Leonetti puts it on the ground, and out it goes, and it'll be a throw in for East Lyme, and that means Novick's probably going to run up and take it to put it on. Actually, they're going to send Novick up. Everyone's going to head to the far post, and we'll see if he can drop it in like he did last time.
Yeah, I expect this ball to be kind of beyond that middle part of the field, the penalty spot there. He's got a pretty healthy throw, so expect this to be, once again, kind of like that corner kick.
Here comes the throw, far post, in the air. Almost cleared, and a shot sails high. I think that was Oso.
I think there might have been Montejano actually in that middle part of the field there. But another great throw by Novick there. It's just so dangerous. Every time the ball's on the sideline here, it's a goal-scoring opportunity.
It was Max Montejano. Stefanski will play it back through his defense.
Yeah, Stefanski's at his best when he doesn't do too much. He's got the skills to beat players, but I think in those tight spaces in the middle of the field, when you're kind of eking towards your back end, you got to be smart about it. So I think he's at his best when he plays that one-touch, two-touch soccer. Take the chances in the final third, but be smart in the middle third, and that's kind of why he's in that center part of the field, because he kind of dictates the offense at times.
Just under 9 minutes here in the first half. 2-0 East Lyme on top.
So here's an opportunity. If they can get this ball forward here and capitalize on just putting the ball in a positive space, I think they'll get some things going, but they got to get the ball over the half.
Numbers. Great defense again from the Vikings. Kept in by the Wildcats, and then Scott punches it out. Kept on. Nice job, Leonetti. Leonetti goes, tries to center, and it's kicked out of there by NFA, which means we'll have a corner.
Yeah, Leonetti, kind of sneaky fast, for kind of a tall, lanky player. That quick one touch around the outside back there, and he knocks it across. So, that's a great move by him. And once again, another corner kick for East Lyme.
Stefanski will take it. Curls it, and Hawkins lost it. His defense battling for it. He lost it again. His defense bailed him out twice. Back out it goes. And East Lyme will have a throw, but that's twice NFA's defensive group bailed out Colton Hawkins.
Yeah, I got up in the air for it. Couldn't bring it down. And that comes with, I think, some experience and some strength in your hands, because that's a lot of big bodies in that area to bring that ball down cleanly.
Novick, far post, has his guy. I think that was Stoddard, but that time Hawkins was there.
Yeah, Hawkins, great job though. I mean, it's a big foot there and a quick counterattack. He's got to do more of that. We have to have some transition if I'm NFA here, because if you bring this ball up slowly and methodically, East Lyme's just too good in their shape and discipline, to be messed with. So I think, can we move the ball quickly? A quick save from Hawkins and then a quick counterattack is what we're looking for here.
There's going to be a corner for NFA.
And this is what we need, Casey. We need them to get some set pieces in this area, because I think that the defense set up as it is in general play is just a hard, task for them to accomplish. So now if we get some big bodies in here on some set pieces, I think it levels the playing field a bit in this final third.
Griffin Chappell will take the corner. Chappell, low ground ball, cleared out nicely by East Lyme. Beautiful job. The Vikings pushing. There goes Lionetti. Left foot. Oh, nice job in the back. NFA, but Delgado steps through for East Lyme. Nice. Lionetti and Delgado doing great work. But NFA gets possession and works through the midfield.
Yeah, nice little heel pass there from the outside to the middle. Just couldn't convert that cross there. Nice job by Lionetti and Delgado on the switch.
Here comes Hawken. A nice job, the officials say, clean, and that ball was punched back to the keeper, Johnson.
Yeah, just an athletic play. There wasn't any foul there whatsoever. Sometimes players go down, you know, in the moment of those attacks, we lose our balance. So that was a good no call. And I appreciate when we get to this level, you know, the officiating and their ability to kind of keep the game about the players, not about them.
Delgado pops it to Stefanski. Stefanski goes to the middle of the field.
Come on, Robbie.
Here's Stoddard in that great matchup with Valentin. And NFA will play it back through the keeper.
Yeah, you're going to see that matchup all game long. I mean, that's part of, I think, Coach Brione's play is to keep Valentin on Stoddard.
There's Stoddard, left foot, save, Hawkins, rebound. Hawkins saves it, and it's off of East Lyme. Goal kick. Great job, Colton Hawkins.
Yeah, Hawkins in this job, at least putting that ball wide off the area. If he puts that ball out in front, that could be a problem. At least he gives himself some angle, keep that ball safely out. And then, of course, just couldn't wrap that ball back around before it goes out of bounds for East Lyme.
Again, getting Stoddard off the ball is problematic.
Yeah, you know, if I'm Wally here, if I'm Coach Christensen, you know, I'm thinking to myself in the second half, maybe I want to try to make, you know, start a little bit more mobile in terms of some flank play, right? Because obviously he's being monitored pretty closely by Valentin. If you can pull Valentin wide, it's going to create a big gaping hole in the middle, which will allow some of those midfield players like, you know, Stefanski and Lionetti and Wargo and so on, when they, you know, to create those opportunities in that space left behind with that big gap.
Running on, and there's a goal! Finian Gates with the rebound for the Vikings.
Gates making some great runs on that weak side there. Probably the last 5-7 minutes I've seen him make some great runs down that side and put himself in dangerous spots. He actually was involved in that last situation when Colton Hawkins made that save, but he just couldn't quite, you know, put his foot around it and put it in the back of the net. Makes up for it 2 minutes later. Puts East Lyme up 3-0 here in the first half of the ECC Division I final.
Right now, East Lyme is on pace to score as many goals as they've given up all year.
We're going to have a redo, Casey. Redo.
I thought there was no do-overs.
East Lyme goal scored by number 14, Finian Gates. Tying the goal 36-15, assisted by number 22, Robert Stoddard.
Stoddard gets the assist on the Gates goal.
No, and that's okay. You know, he's going to garner a lot of attention, especially in the ECC final, because he's a well-known commodity in this conference. But I think you'll see him, you know, get a little more loose when we get to the state tournament, because he's not going to be as well-known, you know, for those out-of-conference games. You know, and I think he's perfectly happy with being the assist man as long as East Lyme comes out with a win.
Montejano and Stefanski, fancy footwork. Now Delgado, back to Stefanski. Stefanski is down.
I'm not sure if he got stepped on, but he went down in a heap in some pain there. He's holding his feet.
Yeah, that's getting stepped on is no good. If he comes up limping, he got stepped on. If he doesn't come up limping, then it's the other thing that can sometimes happen to boys when they play sports. It can happen to girls as well, but it's a different circumstance.
Yeah, that's not a fun pain. I would prefer the foot pain, even in cold weather.
So with 2:38 remaining in the half, 3-0. East Lyme on top. They'll have a free kick here, and Delgado will take it.
I'm just happy it's not the other thing with the knee, because that's coming off ACL from last year. We couldn't play. Back here this year he's healthy, which is a great thing. So foot or other thing better than knee.
Delgado approaches, goes far post, running on, head ball, not home. Couldn't get full contact.
But a nice bending ball by Delgado. Maybe a little bit too much on it, but a nice bending ball into the back part of the 18.
And NFA just clears it, but it will stay an East Lyme throw, which means Novick will come on for the long throw as the clock approaches about 2 minutes remaining.
Oh no, they say Novick is not going to throw. They're going to go with their other thrower in the weak side there.
Checking in for East Lyme, number 8, Brendan Osso.
Montejano, another one of their big throwers.
Put it right on Stoddard's feet. Beautiful ball. It was useful. Delgado plays it off to his left, now switches it. Fancy move by Delgado, an ankle breaker and a low shot on goal.
Yeah, that was the Derek Rose crossover there.
Nice reference. Lopez tries to put it up ahead for Chappell. East Lyme loses it. And the throw will come from Hawken.
So another long throw here.
Weak side, cleared by East Lyme. As the clock is under a minute now remaining here in the half, 3-0 and East Lyme on top. Slip from East Lyme, and Johnson wisely came off his line. He saw the slip, came off his line and got there as Scott went to the turf.
Yeah, you're going to see a little bit of that case in the situation, right? As the temperature drops and players are playing, you might see a bit of that frost on the ground, which can cause players to slip, especially on turf. So Cal goes down there. Thankfully, Ben Johnson comes through and scoops that up and keeps East Lyme, or NFA rather, at bay.
10 seconds remaining here in the first half. 3-0 East Lyme on top. Novick with the long throw. And that's going to get us one last chance as that ball sails wide. We're at halftime of your Division I Boys Soccer Championship. It's 3-0 East Lyme. Why don't you stay tuned for some highlights of the girls' championships games from yesterday. We'll be back in 9 minutes. You're watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
Being part of a great community is so important. People helping and supporting others can be very uplifting and contagious. At Philomena's Restaurant, that's exactly what you get. It's the community hub for not just Waterford, but all of southeastern Connecticut. Birthday parties, anniversary dinners, weddings, sports banquets, a drink with friends, and of course, charity events. Philomena's has been, is, and will always be there for the community. Celebrate and support southeastern Connecticut at Philomena's. Philomena's, Utopia Plaza in Waterford.
Tremendous athlete, multi-sport athlete, big part of their attack. Tremendous athlete, multi-sport athlete.
And then right back in. Here's a touch. High end. There's your first goal of the ball game. Emily McKelvey, the sophomore.
Super athlete, and happy to see her athleticism out on the field, because certainly that's going to help Montville, who's a young team, over the next 3 years.
Great ball and a chance, and a just going wide off the foot of Boucher. Carpenter was there. Tafaris.
Yeah, Montville's always been a program, boys and girls, that's done a lot with what they have.
Oh, here goes McKelvey, 2-on-1. Can she get the shot off? She does. Save! My Jack! Gavin DeLucia. Here comes McKelvey putting it on. My Jack slides, loses it, and pops it low. Run on. Carpenter comes in. Loose ball. Here's a chance for Montville. And Oh, Tufaris would have liked that one back.
50, 55 degrees, 60 almost. But those appendages, like the toes and fingers, can be a problem.
There goes McKelvey. Blasted it along the line towards the back post, far post, but 40 remaining. So Lyman going to try to get one last push in here. And there's a good ball. McKelvey, she's so tough. Puts it on top, over the top of Myjack, and a goal for Emily McKelvey, her second of the game. Right on cue with 1:26 remaining. Archer, hard, head ball, goal! Avery Vall puts it in the back of the net, header off the corner from Archer. You can see there the wind affecting that ball as it knocked it down. McKelvey, here's where she's dangerous, out in front, uses the left and just sails it wide in a moment where it's so difficult. Here goes McKelvey, touches it out to her left, looking for the hat trick, puts it on and punched out by Myjack. That is going to do it, and the Lyman Bulldogs are your champions of the ECC Division II tournament. 13-3-1 during the regular season, a championship for the Lyman Bulldogs.
A tremendous athlete, multi-sport athlete, big part of their attack.
And right off the rip, a beautiful ball to the far post, and we're getting a late whistle. Whoever has an early opportunity, as Green lets one rip, and it sails just over the top. They play short. Ball goes far post, running on, and an opportunity far post was there.
Back in possession with 5 at the back. That's going to be a tough defense to beat.
Ball on the far post. There's a player. Shot. Save! Bonig! The whistle was blown off sides. Division II and Division I boys finals. Shot. It. Goal! There it is. The first one from Audrey Lacey. The junior had a step and popped it over the top of Sturm. 1-0 Wildcats. I think I'm going to have to make a mea culpa here. That goal is Haley Young, number 19.
They're having a hard time finding some space, I think just because of the work ethic of NFA.
Bonig comes off her line, intercepts the pass. Be the number 1 seed, and St. Bernard's, who has been a fabulous team as well. Here's a through ball, getting there, and it's in for the goal!
There's that direct style soccer.
Brooke Bowles. And Fabry approaches, lets it fly, low bouncing ball off the crossbar, and Waterford will clear. What a bouncing ball from Fabry.
Lancers.
Good ball in the middle. Shot. And a goal! 3-0 Wildcats. Colby gives lesson. And as the clock strikes 000, they all go to mob their junior keeper, Ava Bonig, the shutout. What a great defensive effort by the Wildcats. Senior captain Jordan Fabry. Now, we've had you on game day. We know you can bend it. But tonight, you played a little bit more distributor. You made a lot of great decisions. Just talk about how it feels as a senior to win the ECC championship.
I mean, it means a lot. I mean, we came in here knowing that we could win, and we knew preseason that we had a good chance. So I think we showed it on the field that we could be the number 1 team.
What do you look to do when you're distributing the ball, getting your teammates involved? What is it that makes you happiest on the soccer field?
Just seeing us succeed. Just I will do anything to help this team, even if I just sit back and defend and just make sure there's a shutout. I'll do anything. So seeing them score, even if it's just by themselves, it's the best thing.
Waterford had given up a total of 6 goals the entire year. You guys scored 3 tonight. But maybe even better, the shutout, as this defense has continued to play better and better. Talk a little bit about the offense of this team and the defense of this team.
I mean, we have I think, one of the best offenses. We can create and we can finish. And I think a lot of teams, it's hard for them to do that. But not only can we finish, but we can defend. We create shots. We have, I think, the best goalkeeper in the ECC back there for us. And we also have, I think, one of the best lines of defense back there. So I think it's all around really good squad.
So you get one night to celebrate your championship, and then you got to refocus on the States. How good? Have we seen the best of NFA yet?
I don't think we have. I think we are going into States with a different mindset, knowing that we are the top team in ECC, so we're going to take that to the States, and we're gonna compete.
Well, for tonight anyway, you got to enjoy a championship. The NFA Wildcats are the 2023 Division I ECC Girls Soccer Champions. Your Division I girls soccer champions in the ECC, the NFA Wildcats, and defeating number 1 seed, an epic game a month ago against Waterford resulted in a tie. Tonight, it was all Wildcats from the start. Just talk a little bit about the effort from that team.
Well, I think tonight we kind of played as like a redemption game, after they they tied us in regular season with 25 seconds to go. These guys came out hungry and wanting to win, and it showed all across the board from our goalie all the way to our striker. And they played hungry, they played hard. They play hard every day. They come to practice, they play hard, and it paid off tonight. So couldn't be more proud of this group of girls.
I think if it's possible to be the number 2 seed and overlooked, in some ways, NFA was. A lot of talk about Waterford, East Lyme, Bacon Academy, and here NFA all year long, very solid. And I don't know that anybody has played better in the last month than the Wildcats. What do you see from this team as we're heading now through the ECCs into the States?
Yeah, so we got hot at the right time. We talk about this kind of in the middle of the season every season. We talk about wanting to peak at the right times, and in this season we're peaking at the right time, and we're hot. And going into the state tournament, that's where we want to be. We want to stay hot and be hot, and hopefully win a couple of games in the state tournament.
What does it mean to have a senior captain that is, a coach on the field and makes all the right decisions, and must make you sleep a little bit better at night having Jordan on the other out there on the field?
It does. It makes my job a little bit easier. It makes my job a little bit, a little bit lighter. And Coach and I still get on him, but without Joe out there, coaching everybody and being a good leader and being a good mentor for our team, couldn't do it without her. So a lot of credit to Jordan.
Scary moment in the second half, injured player, had to be taken off. Yep. What was the message to the girls after seeing a teammate, someone that you're playing with, having to leave like that?
Well, Sadie, when she knew that they were going to call the ambulance, she freaked out. She didn't want to leave. She wanted to be here with her team, to the end, to see us, win or lose. She wanted to be here, and that was hard for her. So, I went back to my girls and I said, listen, she did not want to leave this field. She wanted to be here with you guys. So we play now, and we beat this team for her, and we win the championship for her. So they did. They came out and scored in the next minute, 30 seconds, and that kind of put the cherry on.
Second half underway here, 3-0 East Lyme with a dominant first half performance. NFA, what are they going to come up with differently in the second half? Colin, East Lyme, I think it's without taking a shot at NFA. East Lyme's the better team on paper. They've been the best team in the league all year, one of the best teams in the state all year. They played like it in the first half. But there were periods of time where NFA had some success possessing the ball. So what does NFA need to do differently to sort of, I don't want to say come back and win this game, but to, get themselves into a more competitive place?
Well, they need to get some momentum on the attacking end of the field, and that comes down to getting the ball into that final third, whether it be on throw-ins, whether it be on corner kicks, or just opportunities. And as I mentioned before, they need some volume, Casey. They need to put a lot of balls on the net to yield one goal. We're looking at, they need to get double-digit shots on the frame to maybe yield 1 or 2 goals here to put himself in a position to maybe get back in the game. But in general, I think East Lyme's done a nice job of really kind of keeping them in check. Here we are again, beginning of the second half, and East Lyme's already got their foot back on the gas pedal again. They're a quick starting team. They're a motivated team. The best team in the conference. Let's talk real about it.
Montejano will throw it in, and he, of course, of the long throw, so this is going to act essentially like a corner. Coming from the same angle, same spot. Long ball, far post, headed out. Montejano will put it right back in, pops it down as he heads to the corner and makes a nice cut. In front, loose,
churning, legs. Who's going to get their foot on it? Stoddard. Goal! Robert Stoddard stuns NFA 4-0 Vikings.
Yeah, just relentless, Robbie Stoddard. I mean, those throws from Novick and Montahano are just so dangerous. You see it on both sides of the field, and they always seem to find a way to score off these long throws. Not necessarily just a header, but just this scrum. It's just this relentless, like, ball hawking ability. Find the ball, bury the ball. Nice job, Robbie Stoddard.
I think Coach Rudy Bagos, if he looks down on the field, says, man, that kid could probably play fullback, linebacker. I mean, he is built like, I don't want to say what a football player is built like, but he is not built like your prototype soccer player. He is a absolute, just thick and relentless offensive player.
Yeah, he's a handful, right? And that's he's got that college soccer body, to be quite frank. You know, he's just a solid kid. I mean, you see a lot of those kinds of players at the next level. I mean, these high school players haven't put on that weight that you see at the college level and the pro level. You know, Robbie's got kind of more of a adult body for a high school player, so he's just a really big handful in that attacking end. You know, and you see him garnering that attention again from Valentin in the half of the field, even without the ball.
Hey, we talked about this in many of our broadcasts. You know, the differences in all sports between the size that you have to get into the collegiate level if you want to play high-end Division I soccer. And, you know, for so often our best ECC players would get low Division I looks, and people would say, why is that not, why is he not able to go to Notre Dame, or why is he not able to play, even at UConn, right? Why is he not able to play at UConn? And I remember at Wesleyan we had our all-time goal scorer, Amos McGee, and he was built like Colby Cowan. Now, he was the most talented player I had ever seen, could do magic tricks with a soccer ball. When people asked him, why aren't you a Division I player? He looked at him and he said, because I'm 5'8" and 150 pounds. Like, there's just no two ways around it. There are guys who are 6 inches to a foot bigger than me and 100 pounds heavier than me that can do the same things I can do with the ball. And until you see one of them, it's hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that someone could be Robbie Stoddard's size and possess the skill set of a Colby Cowan. When you have those two things merged, you have a Division I, high-end Division I player. And so it's not like Stoddard is just out there like a bull in a china shop. I mean, he is able to keep the ball on his feet. He's got a missile for a shot. He's got great awareness. But you're right, you look at him and which doesn't belong and why. It's Jenkins and Stoddard, the two bodies that just kind of don't fit with everyone else's.
Yeah, no, for sure. And once again, you go to a UConn game here in the state of Connecticut, who plays in the Big East, big time Division I soccer. You ask Coach Bondi or Coach Reed, who was here previously, they're going to take a uber athlete with slightly less ability, but that guy can jump out of the gym, run a 4.4 40, and just do things that someone who's 5'2" cannot do. Even if that 5'2" player's got unbelievable technical ability. So it's just a different, man's game at that level. The rarities are the Messis of the world, right? The guys who are smaller that can just, dribble through, a pinhole. But yeah, it's that college soccer body. And most of these players, if they move on to the college level, they have to pack on 15, 20 pounds of mass in order to compete at that level, because they're competing against guys that are, went through a PG program for a year, 4 years, playing a 5th year. They're 23 years old.
Free kick for the Vikings coming just outside the 30-yard line of the football field. Stefanski will take it.
And the idea of D1 or bust has got to go out the window. 5% of the nation's high school players play college soccer at any level. If you make it into that 5%, you're doing something pretty great.
I love it. That's a philosophy that I wholeheartedly embrace. And Delgado got all of it, and then some. That one's heading to Basra. Poor ball boy's on. He's not even in the lights anymore. He's off in the shadows. He's just disappeared from view. Hawkins will have the goal kick for the Wildcats.
Yeah. Ball people, ball boys, ball girls. It can be a lonely job at times, especially in this weather. You're kind of just trucking back and forth. Thankless job, but it's a big part of this when obviously, a championship game and a ball goes flying over into the stratosphere, they're looking for a ball to play, and sometimes, it's difficult. So we credit, the staff here at Ledyard High School for a great job they put on for us each and every year.
Ball through the middle, played back to Hawkins. Hawkins almost put that one into Stoddard's feet. Montejano gets popped. It gets put to Hawkins, who kicks it, flicked by Hawkins, so it was Hawkins to Hawkins.
Yeah, Hawkins in the back here, goalkeeper. That's two opportunities right there that were really kind of nail biters here. Playing balls out of some pretty tight pressure. You don't want to have that situation as the last defender in the field with, the bearing down of the likes of, Stoddard and Wargo and things of that nature and Stefanski.
Right now, NFA struggling to mount anything offensive. East Lyme, like you said, came out with their foot on the gas here to start the second half. 4-0 lead for the Vikings.
East Lyme's just playing very quick. Once again, foot on the gas, varying their play, quick counters, not really giving them any time to breathe, and they're very quick to the first ball. NFA is a little bit sluggish at times getting to that first ball. NFA needs to get balls into their attacking end. They cannot put balls in the back of the net if you can't get it inside the field. So put balls into deeper areas, get some opportunities on those long throws they have, and just try to be more dangerous. And they have to do that by playing direct.
Stoddard plays it back, and Hawkins will come off his line and play it out. Intercepting it, Vikings. Delgado, nice move, but Jenkins steps in and pokes it away.
But even on that back play, Casey, the ball back to the keeper here, you saw Wargo and I think it was Stoddard just trucking towards that ball. They had just an incredible work rate to get down there. They want to put everything and leave it all out in the field. This is a situation where they don't care what the score is, 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, whatever. They want to make a statement as they did, previously this season. So they don't want to leave any doubt who the best team in the conference is. And so far, they're showing that.
Now, Vikings have aspirations at the state level as well, and this game is going to be watched by a lot of people from around the state, to get a look at East Lyme. And I think you hit it on the head when you talked about the speed that they transition. Their attack comes out of nowhere, comes very fast. They're able to do it in a lot of different ways. NFA. And there's a trip that's going to go against East Lyme. NFA is going to have a good look at this one.
Well, East Lyme's a physical team, right? So if NFA can get it in this deep end, once again, throw-ins, long throw-ins, corner kicks, set pieces. But once again, East Lyme, because they're so physical, can be prone to a foul in some dangerous areas. So this is a great opportunity for NFA to do this. So they can't accomplish that without balls in this final third. So more deep balls, more direct balls, get some opportunities. Once again, volume, volume, volume. Just outside the 18, super dangerous here for NFA on this set piece.
Let's see what NFA mounts. Free kick from just outside the 18. Low ball and off the upright high. That would have been a goal, but just sailing high and couldn't get it to go home. It was a beautiful ball, and Hawkins had a chance and just popped it over the top of the crossbar.
Yeah, great run by Louis here. Actually, a great ball, low and driven. Really kind of caught East Lyme off guard. And I'm surprised Louis didn't put that away. I think you give them that ball 10 times, he's going to put it away probably 9 times out of 10 here. He's going to want that one back. But a great opportunity for NFA to try to get one here in the second half.
Portillo will draw the whistle on East Lyme.
There's that physicality we talked about. If they can get the ball forward here, they're going to get some fouls from East Lyme. Even though they're up goals here, they're not going to be pushed around, which can create some foul opportunities. Not really sure why we went negative there, to be honest with you. You're in the attacking half. Let's put a big ball in.
NFA with some numbers here. Right now. But it's taken away by Wargo. Now Stoddard, so dangerous down in the corner. And good defense from NFA, but Stoddard, you can't get him off the ball. NFA will earn a throw.
Yeah, and I think Stoddard and Wargo kind of complement themselves pretty well. Stoddard just so physical, and then the work rate of Wargo is kind of unmatched. He's just kind of like the Energizer Bunny. He's just all over the place, working for that ball, just understands that he might have the body of a Robbie Stoddard, but he's just got a work rate that's just second to none. We saw that in the game against Ledyard. He put 2 big-time goals away, in the second half to put East Lyme up, I think, at that point, 4-0.
East Lyme will have a throw. So they'll send Novick up to make the throw. Novick's going to look to drop this in the 18. I'm guessing near post, and he does. Stoddard was who he was looking for. Headed out, and it should be a corner for East Lyme.
I know.
Wargo will take the corner on the far side.
I know, we're just short. I'm disappointed myself.
Head ball and a whistle. It'll come out for NFA.
Good ball by Wargo. Great job getting the header on it. Just couldn't capitalize on it. Ball going the opposite way for NFA.
Hawken. And with another whistle. NFA will hold on to it. And get a yellow card.
Yellow card to Callaway Scott here. Physical, tactical foul.
Yellow card assessed for number 13, Callaway Scott, East Lyme.
So Scott will come off.
Checking in for the Vikings, number 9, Max Montejano.
Montejano will check back in. And it'll be a free kick for NFA.
Yellow card rule in the regular season is you get 3 and you sit a game. In the postseason, it's 2 and you sit a game in the conference, and then it resets again in the state tournament. So this being the last game, it will reset once they get to the states next week.
Nice ball. Johnson punches it out. And East Lyme will try to clear. NFA still has it. Shot up and is it in? It's a goal for the Wildcats. Jan Lopez.
Great strike by Lopez here, just tucking underneath the crossbars. It bounces down on the inside of the goal line and tucks it back in the back of the net. Going into that, I was just going to say, I thought Ben Johnson should come out on that last shot and kind of done a cradle save here, a basket catch here, rather than punch it out. Punching it right back in the middle, give them a second chance opportunity. I would rather see him run through that ball, right, call keeper, and take it out of harm's way, punches it back out to Lopez, who bears the ball and puts NFA on the board.
John Lopez.
So East Lyme has only given up 7 goals on the year, and NFA has 2 of them. And you know that East Lyme is going to look to come right back. Wargo. Kept out. Nice play. NFA. Perkins off Wargo. Perkins will throw it in.
Well, and to your point, right? We're broadcasting this game. This is instant game film for oppositions for the future. A lot of eyeballs on these games, not just in ECC, but opposing teams that might see these guys in the state tournament, whether it's NFA or East Lyme in the L and double L tournaments. So one thing I'm seeing here is, Ben Johnson, for as good as he is, he's just so mechanically sound and athletic, he's got to come out and save that ball rather than punch it.
Wargo puts it on. Stefanski goes far post. Stoddard's looking to run on. Back to the middle. Delgado, one touch, right foot, blasts. Save Hawkins.
Yeah, nice frozen rope shot there from Delgado. I thought for a second he took one too many touches, but he found some daylight and put a nice ball on that weak side, saved by Hawkins to keep NFA going forward.
NFA will have the throw. They're going to give it up to Perkins. Portillo, heel kick to Perkins, but too much steam, and it'll be a throw for East Lyme.
And I like Perkins taking that throw there because obviously, if your outside back is taking it, it allows your midfielder to join the attack. If your midfielder takes it, your outside back sits behind, you're one player down. So I always preferred my outside backs taking throws and attacking half the field whenever possible.
Perkins puts a ball way ahead of everybody. Johnson calmly takes his time, picks it up.
Johnson, a little bit of gamemanship there, eating a little bit of clock, up 4-1 there.
Big punt from Johnson.
Yeah, really both keepers, Casey, have great distribution. Hawkins can hit that ball country mile with his left foot, and then, of course, Johnson the same way with his right. So it's been pretty impressive how they distribute the ball.
Sallin comes across. Wargo, ouch. That one off of Valentin. Now Hawkin on the backside for NFA.
Look how fast East Lyme gets numbers behind the ball, right? So in loss of possession, they have, no fewer than 7 or 8 guys behind the ball in under 5 seconds. I mean, that's what you want in a team, is just that transition. Your commitment to defense is what wins games.
NFA will have a chance with a throw on the far side. Hawkin will make that throw. Hawkin line drive in the middle. Shot deflected as Portillo got a foot on it. East Lyme pushes it back out. Curdy Valentin to Portillo. NFA starting to move the ball a little better here. And they're going to draw a whistle. That'll get him a quick free kick for the Wildcats.
So we've seen it time and time again. If I'm watching this game as an opposition, right, that sometimes East Lyme gets a little too physical in that back end, and we've seen probably 4 or 5 restarts, within 20 or 30 yards, in the East Lyme back end. That could be dangerous. And once again, set pieces typically account for about 60% of the goals in soccer. You don't want that if you're East Lyme. So if I'm Wally, I'm thinking about this and having to be more mindful.
Ball goes up. Johnson's there.
Johnson kind of just getting his team in check. Hand up, asking them to relax a bit. Let's push the ball forward. And then that healthy punt we've seen so many times.
Perkins and Wargo. It's a nice battle down there.
Nice touch by Perkins to bring that ball down to his feet and play it out. I do like how NFA is playing more direct. They got to be mindful, though, that, if we're too direct, right, and we're playing to Johnson every time, it's just going to be a quick counter on East Lyme. So can they play a little bit wider into those, kind of those corner flag balls so guys can run onto it, opposed to direct down the spine?
Right now, East Lyme getting a little, I'd say, a little too cute with the ball in the defensive end.
Cheeky, as they say.
Cheeky.
It's right up there with brilliant and
lovely.
Lovely. Cheeky.
Cheeky. I mean, all my British soccer terms I've learned from Ted Lasso.
One of the greatest shows.
100%. With a near perfect ending too. It was brilliantly done.
Sad to see it end, I've got to be honest with you.
Yeah, if you're not a Greyhounds fan, I don't know. East Lyme trying to get back on the attack after giving up a goal. NFA trying to maintain the momentum that it has right now. Another whistle against East Lyme.
You see a number of players go down from East Lyme. You think at some point down the stretch here, as we enter almost the 20-minute mark of the second half, I wouldn't be surprised if you see some subs from Wally. He's got a pretty deep bench. He wants to be healthy. This is a big game to win, of course, but up 3 goals, you might see him sub some players on so they can head into the state tournament next week, with a healthy starting squad.
Especially as you mentioned that they were in line for a bye and have subsequently been bumped out of the bye, so they do have an extra game that they didn't originally think they were going to have.
Yeah, they have to play, essentially 7 games to win the ECC championship and the state championship. That's a lot of games in 3 short weeks there.
Free kick for NFA.
Head ball out from East Lyme. Delgado cuts it over. Taken by Bray. Good ball, far post, headed out by the Vikings. Wargo comes on. There goes Stoddard, 2-on-1. Does he see his other man? And a nice takeaway, at least to hold him at bay by NFA's Kornacki.
Yeah, Stoddard's going to want that last touch back. A little heavy in that last touch. I think it keeps it tighter. He can get around the player there, but a little heavy. That ball goes out a little too far. And I think you'll see Montejano step up here for the throw-in, because once again, between Novick and Montejano, you might as well just call it a corner kick.
I'm not sure Stoddard saw his teammate running far side untouched. I think he might have even foregone the extra touch.
Callaway Scott entering the game for the Vikings.
Put it across the field. Wargo's going to come off. The other Montejano is going to come on.
Yeah, you've seen that switch with the Wargo Montejano, right around this point in the last half too.
Montejano puts it in the middle. Stoddard with the head ball. NFA clears. Delgado keeps it in for East Lyme.
Delgado does a nice job of letting that defender commit, and then he makes that kind of deft touch to the side, to get around it. He's very good in tight spaces.
NFA tries to clear. Sagan.
Oh, man.
Sagan just so kind of calm and collected here. He delivered a missile of a pass there that maybe one more yard to the right that's going to be on the money. I think he's, we mentioned before, I think he's one of the best defenders in the conference, but just so underrated at times as a defender.
One extra touch, too many for East Lyme. That was Salin that lost it. Now they're back on the attack again. Stefanski to Asso. Now Stoddard. Stoddard for Asso. And Hawkins gets there first.
Now, you mentioned earlier, if this were to be an East Lyme win, that this would be, Wally, Coach Christensen's, 400th win. Not to date myself here, but, I played for Wally. Dom Stefanski's father, Kevin Stefanski, played for Wally. The list goes on and on and on. Wally, certainly is a legend in his own right here, and to get 400 wins is just truly impressive. And not only that, to coach 35 seasons, in its own right is quite the accomplishment. So it would be nice to see him that 400th win on this game. It's always to have that feather in your cap when you win a championship, especially for a milestone win.
Now, just to put it in perspective, you were an incredibly accomplished coach in your own right. How many years did you coach?
I coached just under 20 years.
Just under 20 years. How many wins did you accumulate?
Just half of that.
So 200 wins. Now, you played for Wally, though. How many wins did you get with him as a player?
We had a pretty good squad back in the roughly 92 to 96 window there. A lot of battles actually. East Lyme, Ledyard, Coach Glennie down there had some battles back in the day. So I would say probably somewhere in the neighborhood of, let's say we average between 10 to 15 wins a season. So let's call it between 40 and 45, let's say.
So I'm going to give you 50. And so if I take your wins as a coach and your wins as a player, you are nearly 150 wins away from Coach Christensen.
Yeah, to put that in perspective is it's impressive, right? It's certainly impressive. And you know what? You're not going to find a more humble guy, right?
No.
He's going to tell you how many losses he has in his career, maybe not as many wins. So, he's a guy that players come back and talk about, and, he's been kind of a staple at East Lyme soccer for many, many years, similar to Judy Deeb on the softball side of things, right? So kind of one of those longtime staples that kids over generations, can talk about.
Sagan, beautiful ball. Stefanski touches it back to Sagan. Great idea. No one home. Great idea. Through ball the other way, and NFA will have a throw as we're down to 16 and a half minutes.
Yeah, and that's a pro-level strike by Sagan there, right? If that ball gets across, that's what you want, like that low-driven kind of scoop ball, and he hit that with some pace. If that gets across, that's a great ball to possess.
Of course, we are in the midst
of championship week here in the ECC. I will say goodbye to Colin after tonight and bring in Madison Canestrari for tomorrow night's Division II and Division I volleyball championships live from New London High School. So I get to trade you in. I get to go indoors. Technically we're indoors right now, but I mean heated gym indoors.
Yeah, thankfully we're in the comfortable confines of the press box here at Ledyard High School. You know, not quite as cold outside for sure, but trading it for inside wouldn't be a bad gig. And once again, Casey, it's never goodbye. It's just see you later.
In the John T. Conway Gymnasium tomorrow, I'll be doing 2 volleyball games. We got Montville and Plainfield and Waterford East Lyme. And, you know, credit to Montville. 3 championships. They're 1-1 in soccer. They're got a championship in volleyball tomorrow night. You know, East Lyme has multiple teams in the championships. NFA had multiple teams in the championships. You know, some of these schools, but Montville, 3 for 3 in fall sports is pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, you know, Montville's always done a lot with what they got, right? They're not a school that's blessed with 2,000 kids in the building or even 1,000 kids in the building. You know, they've always just had that kind of blue-collar work ethic. We're going to do more with what we got than anybody else. So credit to the coaching staff across, you know, boys and girls soccer and volleyball for having a great fall season.
Saturday, we'll have highlights and interviews from the ECC Swimming Championships. Nice ball, Wargo on the sideline, trying to play it toward the goal, but Hawkins gets there as a leaping Viking goes over the top.
Stonington in the field hockey final.
Stonington was the field hockey champions with a 3-1 win over East Lyme, so congratulations to the Bears on another field hockey championship.
Looks like that's Luke Salon on the outside here battling on the corner. A little bit of a physical battle in the corner here. Looks like that ball is going to be going out.
And speaking of the Bears, your field hockey champions, they are probably involved in the game of the week in football. They are playing a big game against Stonington and Griswold. Will be the game of the week. We do have a couple of football scores to bring home to you, and they are both shocking to me. I want to make sure I have this right from Mike tomorrow.
Number 5, Brantford Leonetti.
That is Wyndham, and that is Ledyard. All right, so here are your 2 scores I'm going to give you right here after this play where Hawkins comes out, disrupts the shot, it sails wide. New London, 27, Peter Wappy. Wyndham, 12. The number 1 team, Wyndham Whippets, lose to the Whalers. And I'll give you one more, Peter Wappy. Killingly, 26. Ledyard, 22. Next week's New London Killingly game looking more and more interesting after these 2 scores. And after I watched the Colonels beat up on Bacon Academy last week, I said they have been for real. The Ledyard's last 4 games, they beat Waterford, they beat Bacon, they battled tooth and nail with Griswold, and now they battle tooth and nail with Killingly. Middle of the field. The Ledyard had a chance to win that game. They actually had the winning touchdown. It was called back. So we'll talk about that, and you'll see articles about that coming up. So Ledyard went toe-to-toe with Killingly, had a chance to come out on top. New London beats Wyndham, further showing that I got no idea about the ECC football year. Down in the corner. Trip, are we going to get a whistle?
Montejano wanted one. We're not going to get one. Coming out the other way. We're 12 minutes remaining here in the ball game. They're going to attend to Montejano.
Yeah, Montejano just kind of leaned into that, and then when the player left the space, kind of fell forward there. So not a foul. Good sportsmanship by Perkins, I believe, on the outside there, helping Montejano up. Good battle in that final third, and that's what we like to see in these big games, right? So, big physical battles by some, big premier teams here, and then, of course, at the end, a pick-me-up.
Go back, stay organized, boys, stay organized.
So the goal kick from Hawkins.
Entering the game for East Lyme, number 14, Phineas Gates.
Wyndham only drops one spot to number 2 with their loss to New London.
Really impressed with the distribution of Hawkins as a goalkeeper as only a sophomore here. I mean, he really strikes the ball well from a goal kick as well as a punt. And that's a pretty lethal weapon to have at his young age.
Stoddard. It's going to go off of NFA, and they're going to say, nope, it was off of Stoddard, so it'll be another goal kick. 11 and a half minutes remaining, 4-1 Vikings.
Yeah, hard to see in the situation. Stoddard had kind of his back to the official there, tried to knock it off an NFA player off the end line, but just couldn't quite get it done. Now, NFA had its moments, in this game. Some moments of clarity and some moments of attacking prowess. Just couldn't find a way to be dangerous enough to put more than one in the back of the net so far. I think we talked about it throughout the game. Is just got to play more direct style against this East Lyme defense. They're just too stout in the back between the back four of Seguin and Novick and Montejano and Scott. Not to mention Ben Johnson. So in order to put multiple goals in the back of the net against East Lyme, who's only given up 7 goals in the season, it needs to be volume, man. Keep on saying it.
Scott kind of whiffed a little bit and just caught a piece. It'll be an NFA throw as the clock ticks down to 10 and a half minutes remaining here in the ball game. Perkins will throw it in, and he did. Now the Vikings try to clear. Valentin and Stoddard. It's been a great physical matchup. Valentin will just play it back. Hawkins will let that kick fly.
Love the work rate of Robbie, but at the same time, he's got to be mindful that you're up 4-1. You got some games coming up here. Part of it is conserving your energy. Part of it is staying healthy. I know he can't turn it off, right? He's such a competitor and an athlete, but be mindful that he's a big part of this team's success going forward. He's got to stay healthy and be mindful of that, because going into 1v1 and keeper, that's not always a great move when you're up multiple goals late in the game.
Delgado. Nice ball. Back to Judge, Nathan Judge. Little give and go. Staying with it. And there's a whistle. Montejano goes down. That'll be a free kick for the Vikings. Portillo got him.
Yeah, you got to be careful of those fouls in the back end. Just close a man down, force him negative. You've done your job. Force him wide, force him negative. You don't want to give any team, especially these good teams, NFA, East Lyme, these short restarts in the final third.
Stefanski will take the free kick. He's having a chat with Seguin.
Yeah, you see a bending ball here, hopefully just right around the back line here for something to run onto.
High arcer towards the far post. Head ball goes over the top. Stoddard got a head on it. And that's the other thing, is he's very good in traffic because of that strength of being able to body up and get a head on the ball.
Yeah, and that's a tough head ball to get to. That ball is driven pretty deep. He's got to get up super high to get that ball down to the turf there.
Here he is.
Good effort.
Stoddard tried to put it to himself, and he wants that one back.
Yeah, I think what his body and mind wanted to do, he kind of got ahead of himself a little bit, but I think if he touches around that defender here, that's going to be a great shot and opportunity on goal. Definitely wants that one back.
Dangerous ball there by the Vikings, but cleared out.
Yeah, Scott kind of putting that ball across the middle trying to clear it out, but kind of got a toe on it, scooted across the top of the box. That's a dangerous ball to put across the middle in your defensive end.
NFA will have a throw here with 7.5 minutes remaining. No, check that. It'll be a free kick. There was a whistle, or it will be a throw. It's going to be a throw. I was right the first time. I should just trust my judgment.
Yeah, there's some contact there, Case. We'll let it slide.
And now East Lyme just trying to clear. NFA retains it. And we'll see Hawken with a throw. Line drive into the middle. East Lyme looks to clear. They do to Stoddard. Stoddard, nice ball to the outside. Lionetti breaks his man down, puts it back into the middle. Nice flick, nice touch. One more, shot off the post. Stoddard with a rebound and a save, Hawkins.
Great little heel flick behind his other foot. Delgado to an oncoming runner on the frame, off the post. Great scoring chance for East Lyme, just came up short.
Finian Gates, who's already got one, was running on, was right in position, like you said, off the post, and then Stoddard. And give Hawkins credit. Sophomore has impressed me. He's given up a few goals this year that we've seen them, but I've seen enough out of the sophomore to see a bright future.
Really pretty flick by Delgado as the ball came across to keep that ball moving to the oncoming running of Gates. And then, of course, Stoddard crashing like a bull towards the goal here, almost finishes it off the post. So, East Lyme is just relentless here. They're up 3 goals with 5 minutes to play, and they just keep that foot on the gas all game long.
6 minutes and counting here. Throw in for NFA. And they score off the throw. Logan Jenkins with the right foot volley off the far throw from Hawken. Beautiful goal. NFA has cut it to 4-2. If 2-0 is the most dangerous lead, how it's 4-2?
It's still a 2-goal lead, Case. The problem is only 5 minutes to play. Against a stout defense like this, I'm not sure if they can get 2 in the next 5 minutes. With that being said, we know that the long throw is a huge issue here. You can't leave a big body, you can't leave the big fella in the middle there, right? Put that ball away, even on a touch off his foot. He takes up a lot of space and he's got a big presence, so you got to be mindful of that in those situations. Both teams have some big throwers here, and we talked about it time and time again.
Time of the goal, 74-12. Lewis Hawkins assisting.
You had talked about Coach Christensen maybe subbing some people in. I don't know if he's going to feel comfortable doing that at 4-2.
Yeah, I thought maybe we'd see it around the 10 or 12-minute mark here when they're up 3 goals, but now we're looking at, just outside 5 minutes here. I think he wants to win the game, of course. It's a careful balance, but he's got a deep team. I think he's got some guys that could come back on the field and work for him.
Johnson comes off his line, gets a foot out. East Lyme going to transition through the middle now. Stefanski, and they'll take his time. Nice ball to Lionetti. Lionetti sees Delgado. Delgado has that nice touch, and he'll play it back to Montahano.
Yeah, if I'm East Lyme right now, I'm going to let that ball do all the work, right? I'm not going to, exude too much energy if I have to. I'm not going to put balls in dangerous places. Just let that ball do the work. That ball needs no water. That ball needs no food. All the energy's in the ball. So just let that ball do the work, 2-touch soccer around the field, and just let NFA chase.
And right up until that moment, they were doing just that, and they lost that. NFA going to try to go on the attack again. Back it goes to Johnson. The keeper sends it to the far side. Gates, nice move down the sideline. There goes Finian Gates. Gates takes it into the corner. Still has it on his foot. Puts it on the far post to a running Lionetti, but too strong. I think he had Stoddard in the middle as well.
Yeah, I thought for a second Gates was going to go to the corner and kind of bury that ball in the corner and kind of shield it off to eat some clock here. But when he saw the opening, going to goal was a smart choice, just missing the ball wide.
Up ahead it goes, Lionetti. Perkins trying to shield him off. Hawkins comes off the line.
and clears wide. It'll be a throw, but it's going to be a throw that essentially is a corner. Actually, it is going to be a corner. I thought that was, yeah, they're saying throw. I thought that was a little bit of ambitious hope on the part of East Lyme. 3 minutes remaining, and Montahano will come in and make the throw.
So, yeah, down this area, about a yard off the end line here. Throw in, corner kick, combination of both. Montahano, one of the big throwers for East Lyme. Look for this ball to be definitely near the far post.
There it goes. And cleared by the Wildcats.
Nice job by Novick to come forward there and put it out of harm's way. I think they're just going to kind of play it safe here down the stretch. Keep the ball in their attacking half of the field. Get out of this game with a 2-goal lead. Nurse their wounds and get ready for the States next week.
2.5 minutes remaining. Montahano will throw it in.
Maybe he saw that.
2:38 remaining here in the ball game. We're going to get a couple of subs.
Checking into the game for East Lyme. Number 9, Max Montahano. And then number 11, Ryan Wargo.
So Montahano will throw it in. Head ball in front and cleared by the Wildcats. 2:30 remaining here in the game. What a way to win your 400th game, an ECC championship, and that's what Wally Christensen is 2 minutes away from here at Ledyard High School. Delgado with some space, and he's brought down from behind. That will be a foul on Jenkins, and that'll give a free kick to the Vikings.
Yeah, not a great place for a foul there. You know, you're leaving the ball a few yards outside the 18. You know, that's a situation. Can we bear the guy down, force him wide, force him negative? You know, you're putting East Lyme in the driver's seat once again as time, you know, continues to click down here, you know, up 2 goals for East Lyme. So, you know, Jenkins got to keep his wits about him there and just kind of force that ball negative.
Free kick for the Vikings. Little chicanery. And a bicycle attempt from Linetti. Peter, who was the Viking player that got into grade 8 with that fabulous bicycle kick?
Number 2, Xavier Stefanski.
Big hand for Stefanski as he comes out of the game. Under a minute and 9 seconds.
That's actually Xavier Stefanski coming into the game, the younger brother of Dominic Stefanski. Coach Christensen getting some subs in here late in the game. Big shout out for Xavier.
Love it.
Clearly a fan favorite.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute.
Listen, you know, despite this situation here, despite the outcome, you know, obviously East Lyme, you know, seconds away from winning this match. You know, a credit to NFA. You know, they earned their way here.
One last chance, and a goal! Hard to believe that NFA has cut it to 1. It's 4-3 with 38 seconds remaining. He's been close over and over, but finally, Hawken gets his goal. Louis Hawken brings the Wildcats to 1. Hard to believe, and here come some more Vikings.
Number 10, Dom Stefanski.
Vikings re-entering the game here, you know, so 2 goals here. Big goal from Logan Jenkins off that throw in earlier, and now a situation here where Hawken comes on the board and puts this game just 1 goal away with 30 seconds to go here in the ECC Division I final.
Suddenly, NFA, with 25 seconds remaining, just desperately wants to try to get another opportunity. 15 seconds. One last chance. Can the Wildcats get a shot? No, they cannot. That will do it. Gates pops it out. 3, 2, 1. And the scoreboard hits 0. The East Lyme Vikings are your Division I champions of the ECC. Congratulations, Wally Christensen. 400 victories at East Lyme High School as the boys soccer coach. Unbelievable. Now we are going to carry the presentation of the trophy without any commentary, and then of course you want to join us on all of our social media sites, Game Day CT, where you'll see the interview with the 400-man, Wally Christensen, as well as the player of the game. Tomorrow night, 4:30, New London High School, volleyball takes center stage as ECC Championship Week continues. Colin, I can't thank you enough for another 2 days of fabulous soccer.
It's been a treat as always, Casey. I always enjoy the time in the booth with you and calling these ECC finals on the girls and boys side. You know, a special night for sure. You know, kind of being a part of that program for Wally over the years. You know, you can't script it much better. To win a milestone win like that, a 400 in a big game is always a treat. But you know, it's always fun to call these games. I appreciate you having us out, and I look forward to next year.
Thank you very much, Colin, for the fabulous Colin Delaney and all the crew, Peter Wappy and the boys. I'm Casey O'Neill. Congratulations to Montville and East Lyme, champions of the ECC boys soccer. Thank you for watching Game Day live on theday.com.
John, then handheld. He's good, but not going to give up as a unit. We go over 2 in the last probably what?
Here we are. Wait. I know you're not leaving.
Ladies and gentlemen, as head coach of Ledyard High School, I have coached against Paul Christensen for the better part of the last 21 years. I spent 4 years in high school playing against him and 10 years working with him as a soccer counselor at Conn College Soccer Camp. It is my pleasure to announce that tonight is his 400th career victory. Congratulations, Wally.
I probably should look back and see like what number of wins and what games I was a part of way back in the day. That was, gosh, 25 years ago? Yeah. Maybe 25, but
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we'd like to announce our most outstanding player. The 2023 Division I Championship Game Most Outstanding Player goes to East Lyme's Tristan Sagan.
Very good to see you, man. Take it easy. Good luck in the States. I'll be rooting for you guys.
And on behalf of the ECC soccer chairs, Joe Pishka and Scott Elliott, we'd like to bring your attention to center field, where we will present the ECC Championship Trophy to head coach Paul Christensen and the East Lyme Vikings. On behalf of Ledyard High School and the Eastern Connecticut Conference, thank you for joining us here tonight for our ECC Boys Division I and II Soccer Championships. The East Lyme Vikings and the Wolves of Montville are your 2023 champions. Please enjoy the rest of your evening, drive home safely, and good night.